let's go to start. So people are coming. While we start, good morning. Welcome to the last day of session, because tomorrow we have the student work presentation. And it's a pleasure to introduce you as first speaker, Rajat Mani Thomas. Rajat is a distinguished faculty member of in Artificial Intelligence and Weill Cornell Medicine in Qatar. He leads the Thomas Lab in Artificial Intelligence in Healthcare, where his team focuses on translation of the AI developments alongside major hospital in Qatar. Holding a PhD in computational astrophysics, first idea of Professor Thomas. He's later he started to work in the area of medicine, and he's the author of well-recognized publication and papers in different areas, first in the area of astrophysics, and now neuroscience, machine learning, and the application to clinical aspect of in medicine. His talk is today. We have two talks in the healthcare area, and this is a talk with equilibrium between the foundation and the application healthcare. It's very important to understand how to use and to apply artificial intelligence for a responsible way in the area. Thank you very much. Rajat, a pleasure.
Thank you. And good morning, buenos dias. I'm sorry if I'm a bit slow in the morning, because last night we got hammered. It's amazing. What's a Milno? It's a great beer from Alhambra, so I overdid it. But feel free to stop. I want this to be as interactive as possible, all right? There is no schedule. As you can see on the top right, I have 37 slides. By no means I want to get to the end of it. If we get, it's good. But it's more important for you to sort of understand why I'm doing this. So I'm not going to give you a bunch of facts. What I'm trying to do here is to help you think along in different ways, give you different perspectives about how to think about healthcare. So my talk is divided into two halves. The first is the application of how do you think about AI in healthcare. And this was the topic that they asked me to speak about. And then the second half, we will go into a bit of the mathematics, in fact, the geometry of machine learning models, and to use that intuition for people interested in doing research in AI to think about these kind of representational spaces. All right? Let's get started. So is anybody here working in healthcare? Not too bad, with 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, sort of. So what do you think? Is AI in healthcare hype or reality? Because that's the question we can answer, yeah?
I would say for me that it's hype.
A hype. Yes?
I think it's a mix of both.
Mix of both. I have my answer, and my answer is it's reality. Now you can go home. It's done. This is the answer. No more. Okay? Yeah. So I will argue why it's a reality in terms of certain aspects, and why it hasn't given us the ROI we have expected, and why does it feel like it's mostly hype. All right? And start with this fact. You know, medical knowledge is doubling faster than ever before. So in the 1950s, it took like 50 years for all medical knowledge in history to double. Now, already in 2020, every literally 2.5 months, the amount of literature, amount of work published, this is published work in the field of medicine is doubling. So you like it or not, if you go to your GP, and your GP was graduated 15 years ago, the amount of knowledge that he misses is basically 2 to the power of 12, 1,000-fold. He has missed out on it. How do you expect anybody to be at the forefront of healthcare at the forefront of medicine, if this is the rate at which knowledge is being expanded. So, hype or not, you cannot do it without AI, period. You cannot do it without the assistance of information integration. So if you talk about LLMs, what does it actually do? It sort of compresses most of the world's knowledge into a few weights, a few billion weights in a model, right? And you need that sort of help, that sort of companion brain next to you to make any sense. Otherwise, what's the point of those knowledge doubling? Because as you know, healthcare and your health in general is not isolated, right? You are a system, and in order to think like a system, you need to integrate all information that comes to the system, right? If you have a problem with your gut, that can affect the way your brain functions, right? If you have a problem with oral hygiene, that can affect your brain and your heart. So if you're a cardiologist and know nothing about the gut, or if you are a neurologist and know nothing about oral hygiene, we have a problem. And specializations today taught in medical schools like Weill, Cornell, or any other places are still siloed. After the first few years, you specialize. So it's very difficult to sort of bring all of that knowledge together. So even if it's a hype now, you can't do without it. So what is top? Why does it feel like it's not giving us the return? It's not the technology. So my argument for this talk is that it's very, very little to do with technological advances. It's more to do with people relations. It's more to do with sort of the sociology, okay? Now we'll go into that and figure out why. And we will see that there are 6, we could name more, but I come up with 6 major problems why it's not adopted. First of all, let me just tell a little bit of history, right? I got into AI when I was doing my postdoc in Toronto, and I was very lucky to be in Toronto in 2012. How many people know what happened in Toronto in 2012? You are at the end of a machine learning summer school. 2012 should be a very important year that you should remember. So, AlexNet, yes, indeed. So 2012, AlexNet, which is a computer vision model, beat every other model by a huge margin in something called the ImageNet competition. That is often referred to as a watershed moment when it comes to machine learning and computer vision. And I was across the street from Jeff Hinton, who won the Nobel Prize last year, and his students, and we used to share the same canteen, talk about these things. And we knew something happened in 2012, right? And it was only a few of us. I got excited, so I left astrophysics, started to pursue neuroscience and machine learning from then on. So 2012 to now is 14 years. So you have to remember, it takes time, any technology, it takes quite some time to get adopted. And if you think about it, AI has done an incredible job in actually penetrating a lot of the industries and even healthcare so quickly. Healthcare is a very, very stubborn sort of domain to infiltrate because of many of these problems, okay? So AI is making a huge impact directly or indirectly. So these are the 6 gaps that we will go into in a little bit detail, right? And see that if we solve these problems, which are not AI technology-based problems, okay? They could be software engineering problems, they could be infrastructure problems, but not AI problems. So first thing is clinicians' workflow. So some of you, in the lab we built an amazing model, 95+% accuracy, better than any clinicians. Okay, great. Then you give it to the clinicians, they don't even look at it. That's why. He said, I have work to do, right? Like, they are busy. They're busy like crazy. They have their set workflow. They have been trained in the medical school to be laser focused on what they do, and they keep doing that task over and over. And after doing that task for like 10 years, If you say, oh, no, it's just one more app, open that app, it'll be so cool. You can know everything about this person with the ECG. It's like, I know what I need to do. It's very difficult. They're very stubborn clinicians, right? So sometimes you have a great model, but you show it to the doctor at the wrong time. And we have done these trials. They don't bother with it. You have built an app or some kind of technology for the nurse. They are interrupted every 6 minutes. What are you going to do? Ask them to use your AI app and say, okay, if you keep using this, you will save time 1 month from now. They will not bother, right? So, you see, this is Amsterdam Academic Medical Center, where I was a faculty member there. When we piloted AI tools, within a week, most of the clinicians stopped using it. All right? Not because the tool was bad. Okay? Let's see if this works. This is a clinician who, this is a cardiologist from Mayo Clinic. So Mayo Clinic in the US is probably the most advanced hospital using AI. They have their own AI team, AI infrastructure team, GPUs, which is unheard of in most hospitals. So this is the most advanced hospital. And he's going to tell you a little bit, just a minute, about what they did. So this is, for those of you who don't know, what you're seeing here on the chart are ECG signals. All right, so you put probes on your body, and it measures your heartbeat in different channels. Okay, and looking at this, the cardiologist can say a few things. Okay, whether there is any issue with the heart, ventricular malfunction, and so on and so forth. But obviously, the AI, when it looks at this chart, can say a lot more than any clinician can ever say. In fact, you'll see here all the stuff that it can say. But nobody was using it. Nobody was using it, even though it was the coolest app they've ever seen. But now, what this guy does, let's see if this plays.
With AI technologies. And let me show you how we look at an ECG now. So if you went into my EPIC chart, this is my chart of de-identified or descriptive of anything too interesting. But if you click here under the results viewer tab and bring up cardiology, what we've done is created this separate viewer at Mayo Clinic called the AI ECG dashboard. And what it does is opens up a separate viewer, and then all of the AI models that we've developed over the past several years are then run on all of the ECG data that are available for that individual patient with a single sign-in. So it's created this very interactive dashboard for people to explore these kinds of data. And you recall my ECG basically said normal ECG, but when we look at the AI models, you can see that it estimates.
So, a few things I want to note. That chart that you see is called EPIC. EPIC is one of the biggest sort of electronic health record provider. So there's Cerner, there's EPIC, these are the big names. So cardiologists were not using it. These guys have been developing models for the last 6, 7, 8 years that have been working perfectly, but none of the clinicians used it. The only change they did was to put a little button there on EPIC, on the software they already use. And now you say, oh, there's a button in the software you use. If you press, you'll get information. Boom. Most of the clinicians started using it. It'll change. That's not AI. That's user design. That is user-centric design. Nothing to do with the AI technology existed for the last 5 years on the same thing, and it could have saved lives. Yet, it was not used. So now I think, where is the hype, right? So, and what it can do is crazy things that no clinicians can do. It can tell you your biological age quite accurately. So there's a distinction between your biological age and your chronological age. And that's becoming a big issue when you talk about longevity, how healthy you are. So if I take your heart signals and put it through this AI, it'll tell you, are you a 40-year-old with a 30-year-old heart or a 25-year-old with a 40-year-old heart, right? And that discrepancy is a signal for clinicians to take a good look at you. You shouldn't be too much off. I mean, if you're younger, great. I mean, you're doing something amazing. But unfortunately, oftentimes, they are a bit older, and that's not good news, right? It can tell you if it's a male or female. It's not very important, maybe nowadays, but and the probability of low EF, ejection fraction, these are just impossible for doctors to say. And this was not being used at all, not because the model was not there, but because it was not actually placed into the workflow of the clinicians. So what we do sometimes now is the final year students of medicine now another sort of interesting shift that's happening is that the medical students nowadays, the young folks like you, are getting a lot into AI. So then future doctors, this is just one generation away, will be much more AI savvy and tech educated. So there will be a shift coming soon because of the new demography that's going to come. The doctors now, like 50 plus, very difficult to get them to change stuff, right? So now, so what we ask the students to do is to follow the doctor. So as AI scientists, engineers, we don't know. We're not doctors. So I've got many students to just follow the doctor like a shadow. Of course, we take the doctor's permission. We don't want to be creepy. So we'll follow the doctor, and there is a sheet that you fill up, very detailed. How, what does he or she spend his time on here? How much time paperwork? How much time looking at patients? Some sad statistics come out of that. So doctors spend a lot of time doing unnecessary paperwork than looking at patients. We cut off the time they take for coffee and stuff. But so that was the first gap, okay? Not understanding the user who actually needs to use it, all right? So remember, question.
I have a small question about
Yeah.
this gap, and I get the point that the doctors may be reticent to change their workflow to adopt new technologies, and so the AI should be integrated already into the workflow. But the thing is, like, by keeping that workflow, you can do as much. Have you tried to convince doctor to say, look, this is going to be better? Maybe it's worse at the beginning, the first 2 weeks, but you will get used to it, you will get faster, or they are just too stubborn?
Yeah, you have not spoken to many clinicians. If you know them, they are clinicians come in different flavors. The worst are neurosurgeons. Okay, the worst. They think they are very close to God. And even cardiologists, radiologists are becoming a little bit more amenable. It's not easy because, and I think that's the way it should be. They are very confident about everything they do, which is good when it's a doctor. So you train to be like that. So when you say that we're going to show you a better way to do your job, that doesn't go down well, all right? And especially coming from somebody like me, he said, what did you do again? I said, I'm an astrophysicist. He's like, go out this way, please, all right? So it's not easy, but we are slowly, that's social engineering a little bit, right? So to get them to like you first.
So what is your view on the opposite side of things, in which they might actually over-rely on AI in the future? Because you talk about the shift, right?
Yeah,
So that goes a little bit too much.
Yeah, so that is a genuine concern. Actually, there's a startup that's doing an interesting job. So, for example, radiology, they're doing a lot of AI in imaging in radiology. So one company did the following. So looking for lung nodules. They're looking at it, and once in a while, the AI, or the software, not AI, will make a mistake on purpose and see if the doctor catches it, if he's sleeping or not. If he doesn't, it'll raise an alarm, right? Saying, okay, wake up. This was actually it. So you build in such kind of little tricks to wake the doctor up. But there will be a time, I'm almost sure, a lot of these workflows will be very automated. Very automated. That, with all due respect to a lot of the specialists, it's pattern recognition at the end. So it's a matter of time. But we need the doctors for other reasons, because patients are humans, so we need a human to interact with the patient, right? So the second big gap is infrastructure. If you go to any normal hospital, I'm not talking about Cleveland Clinic or Mayo Clinic and places like this. If you go to any normal hospital, they don't have GPUs, they don't have a cluster, they don't have an IT team that is capable of running inference at any sort of scale. They won't know what inference is. So that's a problem, okay? Because as you know, in medicine, you can't just send the data to OpenAI or Claude or whoever it is that you want to send your data to. There's all kinds of privacy laws. Here in Europe, you have all kinds of GDPR laws, and you have HIPAA. All these prevent you from sending your data, sometimes out of the country, which is lenient, sometimes out of your hospital. So what do? You need to do all the AI you can inside the walls of your hospital, and that is sometimes problematic. Again, not the AI is not the problem. We do have solutions. So I don't know how many of you recognize these things?
DJ Spark.
Yes, exactly. So these two are the DGX Spark. DGX Spark is about, in the Middle East, they're about $4,000 each. It's not very expensive. And what you see in the bottom is like the Mac Studio. You can run pretty good sized LLMs. If you combine two of the top ones together like that, you can run a 400 billion model LLM on it locally, right? So such solutions are coming to the market. So we can run models now. So that's one in terms of the infrastructure. And secondly, there's a lot of improvements in the way we design models and distill models, that we can quantize them as well in a way that it can run on this very reliably and very fast and very locally. So it is possible, but if I go in with this thing to the hospital, the IT folks will not like me either. So now the clinicians don't like me and the IT folks don't like me. So this is also challenging. So it's again about convincing people what is important, what's not. Okay? So third one, people don't talk about sometimes. You have a cool AI model, everything can be done. But the patient, you need to be transparent that we'll be using AI for your diagnosis. And because of all the social media attention to AI and so on, the patient will be like, no, thank you. Please do not use any AI on my data or to do any diagnosis on my thing. What do? They get the vote, so you can't say, forget it, I'm going to use it, right? Which is sort of weird, because why not? So there are people, you argue, oh, they won't go into the MRI scanner because they are scared of closed spaces. So we do a bunch of things to either make them sleep or get them accustomed to that to get an MRI scan. So the question is, what do we do to get these patients to rely? But luckily, at least in the US, it seems like a lot of people are okay with it, but still, not all of them are. So this is an interesting study that did the following. So it told a bunch of patients that the AI we are going to use on you is operating at the specialist level. It's just verbal, okay? No. It's operating at the specialist level. Then you had a 32% increase over the baseline of people who said, okay, go ahead and use AI. Then the experiment, it was all hypothetical, right? So they didn't actually use the AI. They asked, what if we use the AI at a GP level? Then only like 25% more said, okay. What I find funny is this one, the last one. They say, we'll use AI, but there will be a clinician in the loop looking at this as well. People didn't trust as much. Okay, people seem to have preferred a totally like specialist level AI. So these things also has to be learned before we go full on deploying things. Okay? So now you see why that hype in AI has not been realized yet, right? there are all of these issues. Yeah, this is a big issue. It's a boring issue. I hate this because, okay, you deploy it, patients agree to that, everything is in place, but the insurance company says, oh, we didn't sign up for that. What is the CPT? So, okay, little bit of economics, healthcare economics. CPT is like procedural codes. That means that you go to a doctor, he diagnoses with something, then he gives you an injection. That's a procedure. And that injection has a code. That code is sent to the insurance, and the insurance says, okay, I know what that is. Boom, you get reimbursed. There are almost no codes available for AI based. So you use AI to detect something. All right, so for example, you use AI to detect that he will have sepsis in like 4 hours, which is very, very dangerous to have. And you treat them now. Then the insurance is like, why did you treat for sepsis? He didn't have sepsis. But he says he's going to have sepsis. Like, how do you know he's going to have sepsis? So those codes are still not there yet. Okay? So even everything is working, if you don't get paid, I know it sounds like terrible, so you're actually saving people's life, but the question comes back from the insurance asking, how do you know the life was in danger? Right? You have to tackle those questions. So that's also a bit of an issue. RCTs, how many of you know about RCTs? RCTs stand for randomized controlled trials. So anytime you have a new drug that needs to be tested, it goes through different phases, right? Clinical trial. You have animal trials first, then you have clinical trials 1, 2, 3. And there what happens is that you have a group, you divide it into two, they're all matched. To one you give the real medicine, the other you give some placebo. See if there is any change, any substantial change, and you approve the medicine and so on. If you think of AI as a tool to either run some diagnosis, prognosis, or treatment therapies, how can you test it in the real world? Okay? RCT trials have not been designed for AI. So in order to get FDA approval for an algorithm and so on, it's very difficult because there is no known procedures to simply test these things. Okay? So what we have proposed is, again, something called a shadow trial, which is ethically sometimes questionable. But the idea is that the doctors do their own thing. They keep doing their own thing. But an AI is running in the background, also doing the diagnosis. So doctor looks at ECG, let's say, and he gives you a decision, and the whole cycle continues as it. But at the same time, the AI also makes the diagnosis. Then you wait for 6 months. At the end of 6 months, you know, for bad outcomes or good outcomes or whatever, you know if the decisions made earlier was the right one or not. Then you compare the decisions made by the doctor and decisions made by the AI and see who was better. Sounds like, yeah, that sounds the way it should go. But not easy to get approval for that because you have all kinds of questions. Like, if you know that that person has cancer and the doctor diagnosed it as benign tumor, is it your responsibility as an AI company to say something or to ask the doctor for a second opinion? But then if you trigger that second opinion to the doctor gets biased. So we're getting there, but getting an approval for even a simple sort of shadow trial like that is not easy. Okay? So the last one I want to touch upon in this section is accountability for the block. So did you have a lecture on interpretability this week, last week? What is that? A little bit on interpret. So we will talk a lot about it in the second session, but here the idea is that there are a couple of issues. One, modern machine learning systems are pretty much a black box even today, right? But it is not, you have to distinguish two things. It is not that the doctors need to know how it works, because the doctors don't know how an MRI machine works, how a CT scan works. They don't know. But Philips or GE or anybody else who builds these scanners, they know exactly the physics behind the MRI scanner. If something goes wrong, they know exactly what the problem is. They design the hell out of the system. So they know everything about it. In the same way, when it comes to AI, it's not that the doctor should be able to interpret. The doctors can just see the result and continue with their work. But the company or the researchers that build the system should know how it works. And that is not easy for two things. One, technically, it's not easy. The second half will go into some ways of doing it. And the other issue is that many companies, when they have a model, they say it's proprietary model. Which means what now? Which means that they will not allow any third party to interrogate the model. Now, it's a complicated problem, because then we don't trust them. Okay, you say, no way. I mean, you will say whatever to sell your software. We're not going to use it. But on the other hand, if they allow people to interrogate, it's not like a hardware system. It's not like MRI. You cannot protect your patents and things like that. Somebody looks at your model, they can replicate it overnight. Okay? So the companies are also in a dilemma, right? Like, how do you do that? So that's also a complex problem. So I'll give you an example of an interesting, you know what are scribes? So, many of you are young, hopefully you've not gone to the doctor too many times, but when you go to the doctor, he sometimes, at least in our part of the world, they speak into a little mic and it automatically gets transcribed to the notes. So now that sounds like a great idea, right? So you don't need to type every time. You can look at the patient, you can just talk to the patient, and automatically in the background, like meeting notes or whatever, it takes notes for you, organizes it in a nice structured way, and puts it into the electronic health record. Sounds like it's going to be very helpful for the clinicians, and all the clinicians are going to use it. But the truth is, not really. There are two systems that they trialed. One is called the DAX Copilot in Nabla. And the study that they did came up with these results, right? So time and note for the two systems. That means they literally reduce the time to take the notes by 10%. 10% is a lot. It adds up with hundreds of patients, as you see. I mean, the second system, not so much. Mini-Z and task load, these are sort of markers of increase in primary is the time to note, is a direct measure, and secondary outcomes like burnout, fatigue, and all of that, that also reduced, okay? Kind of. But it's okay, but the problem is there's a lot of caveats in this. First one, what we talked about. In this amazing trial where you're supposed to save time and help the doctors with their cognitive load doing the boring work, 15% of the physicians never even used it. Why? Because they said they've been typing. They know shorthands for the codes and all that, so not bothering with the mic. You can't force them. Second is that, but this was a while ago. These things get better. This is an AI problem that is because of different accents and different pronunciations. You may not get all the medical terms right? But this is now a solved problem, the inaccuracy of that transcribing. When I say time in note, they say how long it takes to write was captured, but what was not captured was how long it takes to edit any mistakes that they see in the app. That will also reduce. And the other big issue is, of course, that it was done only in one place in a couple of hospitals in the US. only in English and so on and so forth. So there's a lot of improvement. So this one AI tool, which was supposed to be a no-brainer, also was not an easy win when it came to healthcare. So argument again stands. This is the models are ready. The system we are building is not ready for the sort of the AI revolution we are supposed to see, or we were promised. Okay, so I want to talk to. So nowadays it's always difficult to say, what kind of jobs are you going to do? Big issue, right? Like it's not trivial. Like you see that a lot of things are getting automated, software engineering to a large degree, data science to a large degree. So what kind of jobs are you going to do? So I'm going to speak to what I think, if you want to stay in this field, two kinds of people. Right? One are system thinkers. You got to become people who think not about a specific problem, but how to integrate many solutions to build entire systems. And a great opportunity in healthcare are what I like to call healthcare AI product managers. So if you want to be a product manager nowadays, you need to have quite some technical skills. With all the wipe coding and stuff, you should be able to create some kind of a mock-up, not in a mock-up, so a POC on your own, but at the same time, the ability to think in terms of systems. And all the gaps that I showed you was a failure of, I would say, researchers or companies to think in terms of systems. You're only thinking, this ECG data, I can predict this, benchmark, boom, publication, Europe's ICLR, God, awesome. No use, absolutely no use. Because if you don't understand these gaps, you're not making any progress to society, or you're not making money. So there's no point. So this is a good opportunity to specialize in a domain, whatever. It need not be medicine per se. It could be almost any other. So I work a lot on various things like agriculture and space technology and all those things. You get some expertise in that domain, and you think about things in terms of systems and solving real problems and finding out what these different factors are, and then embedding AI solution in that and slowly thinking about behavioral change in people using this as well. So that's that. And it's halfway through. We'll switch to the second part. It's a complete shift. So maybe I should drink some water. Now you need to reset your mind. Close your eyes, reset. Any questions in the meantime? Yes.
Yeah, about the owner part, do you think that hospital needs to reorganize themselves and start having an IT department, for example, in the second gap about computing, you said that most hospitals do not have an IT department that are able to build that infrastructure. And of course, as this model start to get better, the AI, they also has to get more complex and complex. I will need the dedication for a dedicated personnel for managing them. So it should be like the company that's building the one should be responsible, or should hospitals start getting and considering an IT department and hiring people to be in charge of that models? Because again, it's a high risk scenario and needs to be like people that react very fast and iterate really fast on this and to solve problems.
Yeah, good question. So the answer depends on the scale of the hospital. If some hospitals are very large, massive hospitals, like the one I work with in Doha, we see about 2 million patients a year, Hamad Medical Center. Now, in a large hospital system like that, they can afford to start thinking about a dedicated team. They have the resources, they have the funding, because the ROI is not so quick. You need some time for it to realize. But most hospitals in the world are small hospitals. They cannot afford to have their own IT team doing inference. So for that, there is a gap for a startup to build infrastructure, inference infrastructure within healthcare. It's a great opportunity. Saying, okay, don't worry, we bring our stuff, computers, GPUs, racks. You don't need like a server room, right? Even if it's a medium-sized hospital, even if you have a rack of this size, you're done for a hospital with maybe 100,000 patients a year, which is a pretty large hospital. So it's great. You come up with your system, integrate it into the IT system, and do all sort of a white glove service for integrating this into that. I think it's a no-brainer. It's a great opportunity. There might be some companies trying to do it, but if you want to do that, you partner with one hospital, do that well, and just replicate that across hospitals. It's a great opportunity.
At some point, you mentioned that the insurance companies are not willing to pay for the AI.
Right.
Yeah, the AI
Use of
procedures.
AI, yeah.
But that sounds very strange to me because they are the first to use AI to assess the risk of somebody they are going to, of clients, and what are they going to.
So insurance companies also come with different levels of sophistication. So, for example, in Amsterdam, there's one insurance company that would give you smartwatches for free. And they'll reduce your insurance premium depending on the number of steps and the activities you do. Okay, so if you're more active, if you do more stuff, they will reduce your risk. Okay, it's a bit controversial, but anyway. But the insurance companies, they are not AI gurus. And they don't, and it's an old system, most of this. So if there is no code, once they see this, over time it's going to change for sure. Because if they see, and it also depends on sort of false positives as well. So if you treat somebody for sepsis, it's kind of expensive to treat them. Now you have to do a study to show that you treat all that AI says is going to have sepsis in 4 hours' time, and look at the amount of money you spent, and then look at the reduction in the sepsis cases over time, make this so there are insurance companies working for each of these problems separately, and once they're convinced, it takes it's going to be faster. So one histopathology kind of similar thing got a CPT code after 2 years. But the second code, they got it after 6 months. So that education is happening, okay? And that is going to be faster. I mean, these things are obviously moving really fast in the US. Here in Europe, it's a bit slower for all kinds of reasons, because the insurance structure also is different. A lot of public money goes into that. But this is a problem that will be solved, yeah, because there is money. Once they see that AI actually saves money at scale, they will obviously adopt. But now, the gap still exists, yeah?
Just I have a question. Do you think that the AI will make the medical services cheaper, or because I think now it's expensive compared to for example, in the United States, or what do you think about the AI in the healthcare cost?
Again, the idea is that overall, it's going to make it cheaper, definitely. Okay, overall, it will make it cheaper. There's lots of arguments for that. One is that I'll talk a little bit about that soon, but not only cheaper, but you know that just like when you go to fix a bridge, it's better to do maintenance continually than wait for the bridge to crack. Same happens with humans as well, right? It's better to use AI, and we work on a lot on that, to maintain good health before and delay the time that you need to reach the hospital. And that, if you can delay it by 1-2 years at the level of the population, we are talking about billions of dollars saved, right? So AI is going to make healthcare in general quite, in the immediate future, it might make it a bit expensive, but then eventually it'll make it. Okay, let's move on to the second topic. So here we want to get into, so how many of you work on machine learning theory of machine learning, and building new models, thinking about the mathematics behind why some of these things work, and so on and so forth. Yeah. So what I want to do is give you a way to think about some design principles that are derived from the knowledge of how the models try to represent things, especially what they call the foundation models. And once you have that, I think you can design systems for healthcare in a very safe and at the intuitive and an interpretable manner. Okay, so why geometry? Okay. Because I'm going to assume a few things, but please let me know if anything doesn't make sense. Okay, so what we're going to do in this part is, and stop me, we don't need to go all the way through, is define or sort of try to intuitively understand what are representations of objects, text, images inside, I'll just call it the brain, inside the brain of an AI model. How can we use that geometry? Okay, how to understand, how to unpack the geometry, and how to use that geometry. A very cool trick that our brain does, so we go a little bit into the neuroscience, on linearization. What does that mean? Then we will go into some of the more, in-trend models now and see what those models are doing. Reasoning models, you've heard of reasoning models. World models, how many have heard of world models? Yeah, world models. And grounding based on ontologies. So how are these things shaping representations, and how should we understand representations? Okay, well, good. Take this slowly. So you think about it like this, okay? The mental model that you need to work with is the following. A patient is not just a point in, so when you, just assume any kind of data, you're taking imaging data, you're taking electronic health record, you're taking ECG, some input modality, doesn't matter what it is, goes through one of these foundation models, and there is an embedding layer, right? At dimension 1,000, 2,000 dimensional vector, essentially. This 2,000 dimensional space has one point, but you should not think of anything, not only a patient, but we will ground everything to healthcare, but even if it's video or whatever. Any image should not be part of one point in space, but you have to think about a patient as a trajectory in this n-dimensional space. Okay, let's just think about that, okay? Trajectory in n-dimensional space. It's basically a curve that you draw through this 1,000-dimensional space. Now, the problem, it sounds easy, right? No, it is easy to think about it that way. Why do we need that? Because if we have a continuous space, why do we need to do any machine learning, essentially? So to figure out what that patient is going to become, maybe 1 year from now, or what is he going to become after a particular therapy is given to him or her, right? So then if you trace this through that, you can move it through that trajectory and then decode it and see, steering that patient through that trajectory to see, okay, this is going to help, this is not going to help. You run a simulation in the brain of the AI, right? Now, why, you know that our brain doesn't, obviously, if you think about it, doesn't look at anything in isolation. So let me, is, I'll tell you a small story that will trigger a little bit of a strange response in your brain. I'm going to do an experiment, okay? So I went to the lake the other day, and I had a very nice swim. It was very nice, cold water, a very nice swim. But then I came back and I was totally wet, so I had to dry myself. So I dried myself with a piece of glass. Now, everything was going fine, right? The representation, what you were doing is a sort of visualization of what was happening, okay? Lake, bath, wet, everything made sense because it was going through a smooth trajectory in your frontal cortex. Everything was fine. But suddenly, when I dried myself with a piece of glass, you thought, this guy is crazy, right? There was a mismatch in your trajectory and the input signal that came in, right? This comes under the sort of domain of predictive coding as well. So we automatically always deal with trajectories when we want to understand stuff. So much so that you've seen all kinds of amazing developments happening in robotics. So we're talking about this today. Robots are doing a lot of cool stuff. But if I take any one of you and say, come on, let's move this table, it's easy. You hold that end, I hold this end, and we move the table. Sounds trivial. We ask 2 robots with all the advanced technologies to do it now, 2. They will struggle. Why do they struggle? Because they do not have a mental representation of the other person in their own head. Okay? When you do stuff, you do anything. If you are like going to grasp something, if I see you do that, I am running most of the commands to grasp, except sending my arm to grasp that object. Okay? You feel this very, very well if you are, watching a football game, as an example, and you have, it's an intense moment, and you are, I don't know, your favorite team is right next to the goal, and he's going to, and your leg sometimes automatically does this motion without you recognize, voluntarily doing it. Why does that happen? Because that inhibition of your motor cortex, you're so much in the moment that the code keeps running forward without that stop signal, right? And this is very important for people who don't have this. Are literally, there's one of the papers that we wrote, are psychopaths. It was a very dangerous experiment we did with a couple of serial killers back in Social Brain Lab, but you can read all about it on BBC at some point. So trajectory is very important. If you look at any, this is an internal representation cast down to a low dimension for you to visualize from the Llama model. Okay, so Llama large language models. And if you look at these, days of a week, age, temperature, they're not randomly scattered. Even in this low dimensional representation, it has some structure. So what you're looking at is a low dimensional representation of a 2000 dimensional, let's say, Llama internal representation. So you see that what it is actually doing is it's capturing the structure of these variables inside its representation. So it's not just randomly like having a representation of stuff here. There is some meaning in closeness in this representational space. Okay? And where does the structure come from? How does so it's next token prediction, essentially, right? LLMs. Where does this structure come from? We are feeding it text, and there is structure in that text, all right? So if you look at certain things, Monday always comes, Sunday and Monday it usually comes together in a lot of the text, right? The order of days is usually maintained very well across all of the internet, all right? Think of that kind of structures. And these concepts get embedded in these kind of very interesting spaces. See, this is what I wanted to say, right? So, real world has a lot of structure, and these structures are often captured in this representational space. And now the question is, how can we use this understanding to better shape the representational space? So this is where you have to now start thinking, should I make the traces very complicated, or should I make the traces smooth so that I can travel along these smooth paths in an easy way? Okay? Let me see if I can pull up. Okay, well, just go through that. But sometimes it's things, okay, if you look at age in the previous things, or seasons, or salaries, you would think that these concepts should be mapped linearly, but they often are not mapped linearly, okay? And sometimes you will have to explicitly linearize it. And I'll tell you an example about where the brain does these things, okay? So, the colored line is probably the space, the true underlying manifold. And the dotted line is a direct connection between these two. And if it's not linear, if you want to go, let's say, 1 year in one direction, you have to make sure that you travel along the geometry of the data. Otherwise, you will get absolute garbage, okay? Actually, what I wanted to show you was a little thing. Let me explain this a bit here, what we are looking at. This is okay, it takes a bit of concentration to understand what this actually is. Let me put this on. So you see the dotted lines there, okay? And what you see on top is that black thing that you see is a car between two, let's say, mountains. This is a classic, have you heard of the mountain car problem? When it comes to reinforcement learning, the mountain car problem is one of these kind of textbook problems. The idea is the following. You need to reach that target on top, okay? There's a car in the bottom. You need to reach the target on top, but the car doesn't have full throttle to go vroom up there. So you have to use gravity. How would you do it in real life? Like, you have little power, you go up, and then you leave the throttle, it goes back, but then it goes back up. And then you do vroom, it goes back up, then you go back all the way up. And then like that you use gravity and a little bit of throttle to seesaw your way up to the target. Classic problem. Now, this model is called a vision action model. So vision action model, very much used in robotics as well, is given a frame, you perform an action, okay? So you generate a frame, you perform an action. So this red line that you see is what it actually did. And the idea is, if you have linear steering versus probe steering. So when the car goes along the curve, you see two things happening. If you go along the manifold, splines, you can see the car. That means it is a legitimate position in representational space. You can do it. This linear probe, the car sort of exists because the linear probe is this blue line. It is a point in representational space, but it is nowhere close to the data manifold. I mean, it's kind of close compared to the green one. Therefore, when the machine tries to generate an image, it generates a blurry image because it's not a real representation of a car in that slope. So the car starts to get blurrier. And in the other one, the linear probe, the probe steering, if you just represent the green, there's no car. You are hallucinating. So now you see that similar tricks, if you understand the data manifold and travel along the manifold, you get greater control. And one of the biggest problems with LLM these days is hallucination. It still hallucinates. Why does it hallucinate? Because it gets out of that manifold and then generates stuff which are not part of the data distribution. But this is an interesting philosophical question as well, because to be creative, you really need to be at the edge of chaos. You cannot always lie on the red, because that's like regurgitating whatever you've learned. You're just pushing the data back. You can't go totally off script. So you need to have a little bit of noise around what you have learned so that you can ground yourself, snap back to reality, if you wish, but at the same time, able to steer towards a particular goal. Okay? I know this was not, I'm not sure whether I go into details about this. Yeah, so you could ask, how many of you know about autoencoders? Okay, and sparse autoencoders, right? So autoencoders what do? They typically have a bottleneck. They have an input, they have a representation space, but there is no control, unless you do some variational stuff, there's no control over what that representational geometry is like. Random images, you just give it, ask it to reconstruct the image. So what does it do? It shatters the representation space into clouds, into clusters, without any meaning of the manifold itself. It sort of misses all of those very nice connection points, smooth points. So sparse autoencoders are very useful for many things, but it doesn't necessarily learn smooth trajectories through the space. LLMs initially were not designed for this, because something about the structure of languages helped them to maintain that, because we speak and write, hopefully, in sort of coherent manners. That structure has gone into this. You can also see that if you train videos, the representations are much more smooth than it is now. So I spoke briefly about this, right? So a lot of the processes that happen in our brain are nonlinear. A lot of things are happening. But the interesting thing is they do all these complex nonlinear work to then end up in the motor cortex, which is around here, to deliver signals which are very linear. So for the mathematicians in you, they are almost like Lipschitz functions. So little changes, if the glass is slightly off, if it's here or if it's here, I shouldn't be running completely two different programs. I should be able to adjust the program a little bit to get hold of my bottle, right? So, which means that finally, in the motor cortex, the representations need to be linearized. Perceptual straightening is a very interesting concept in neuroscience, and a lot of work has been done. And only very recently, only in the last few months, honestly, have real efforts been taken to design representational spaces to have this property. And I think fascinating, this is something that I think about a lot and start to work on. This will have very, very fascinating outcomes going forward. So, world models. Some of you said you know what world models are, right? So, I'll give you a brief sort of 1-minute explanation of what are world models, and then think about them as well, sort of in terms of representations. So next word predictions, LLMs, what do? Input goes a bunch of tokens, and it comes with some outputs, and you mask the next token, and you reveal the mask, and you backpropagate the error, to sort of train a machine to predict the next token. But the token is predicted in input space. Token, what you're predicting is also a word. What you're inputting is also a word. Now, you know that you're looking at stuff. I can see all of you, but my brain is not processing most of it, right? Because it's captured. If there's some change in the wall, I don't pay attention to that. But that signal is coming in. But when you do vanilla machine learning, deep learning, what you do, you put in all the pixels into the image and say, reconstruct. Okay. And you reconstruct everything, every pixel on that wall, on this wall, all of your faces. Most of the, like 95% of the information is irrelevant. If it changes, the meaning of the scene doesn't change. If the colors of your seat changes, the meaning that you're sitting and listening doesn't change. Hopefully you're listening, but anyway. So how do you capture that? Is by compressing the scene. And what's the best way to compress a scene? By putting it into embedding space. So what you do, essentially, is take the context, which you think of this as like image, or most of the image, embed that, and then predict the rest of the masked image, not directly, but in encoded space. So a 2000 dimensional vector in the embedded space predicts another 2000 dimensional vector, which when decoded should produce something like the scene that you're seeing. So your prediction is happening between, not between input spaces, but between two encoders. Now, if you think about it, what is it doing? Now that you have, I don't know if you have one slide on that. No. So now that we've done some exercise thinking about these representation spaces, what do you think the world models are doing? It's starting from one representation, predicting the next representation. So you can think of that as creating some kind of a velocity vector along the direction of sort of the geodesics, along the direction of data. All right? So it, by design, is trying to predict the edges. And if you design this predictor, and a paper came out like 2 weeks ago, if you design this predictor well, then you can go through very, very nice trajectories between these embedding space and get linearized spaces, which is very easy to navigate, to interpret, to manipulate, to steer. You can do, you finally start to get real control. Reasoning. You know, when did this happen? So reasoning models are now about 10 months old, right? About 10 months old. So what is a reasoning model? Anybody? Reasoning models in like simple terms. Yeah.
It's an LLM that has been fine-tuned or adapted via reinforcement learning to iterate over a problem in order to provide the best answer.
Correct. So exactly, it iterates, it bootstraps over its own output. You give it a problem, ask it to think about. What it really does is bootstraps, starting from the representation space. So it takes your input, finds the embedding. That embedding is decoded and put it back into the algorithm, right? You don't need to, and it does it many times. What does it do then? So it slowly nudges that in a direction along the data manifold. So it's not just acting on a snapshot. It is looking for the gradients along the data manifold. Okay? So the reasoning smoothens out the trajectory or the traces. It's called a trace. So if you go to ChatGPT, ask it to think, if you click on the drop down, you can see the thinking process, right? It's sort of, if you want, you can see how it's thinking. And each of those steps that you see that it's thinking is different representations. And if you plot that out in a low dimensional space, you will see a smooth curve. Not just one point, boom, answer, no. And that, obviously, because of the law of averages and all of these things, gives you a much more coherent answer. Because first time somebody asks you a question, you think about it. If you just give out an answer without really planning it out, you also get it wrong, right? Because you are not traveling through that smooth manifold. So this is, like I said, the world model that we talked about is actually a model of edges in representation spaces. Okay? And that's very interesting. Now, this is something that we work in our lab very much as well, is a grounding or ontology. So I said the LLMs are now getting really good at understanding the structure of the input data. If you have enough input data, and the input data has some structure. So what if we explicitly structure the input data? How can you explicitly structure the input data? Is that you create knowledge graphs, or more carefully, ontologies. Like, if I have a patient, is an ontology you can construct, which says that if he has type 2 diabetes, and if he's connected to a CGM, so these patches, you might have seen people having these patches that give you glucose monitoring kind of thing, that can be used as a marker for HbA1c, that's your sugar level. If that is above 5.5, 6, you are pre-diabetic. If that's above 8, you're diabetic, okay? So you know this from a lot of the knowledge that's been synthesized. What if you give this as input structure to your model? What then happens is that it starts to create representations that mimic this structure that is there in that, along with the other benefits that come from training a large model. That is, it's able to combine many different patients, many different kinds of medicines, their atomic structures, and so on and so forth. Okay, so this is one way, and you have to look up something called Optimus KG. It's a fantastic sort of, again, very, very recent ontology for medicine that's come out of MIT. It's open source. You can use it to structure your data in a way that is more amenable to sort of advanced analysis. So now this is all the rage, right? Agentic AI, everybody's doing agentic, yeah. Why would you want to do agentic workflows sometimes, right? So again, what I'm trying to say is that instead of giving you facts, I want you to start building a representation of how to think in this space of models, or the model's brain. So if you can play around with that, you'll see how neatly this fits in to that as well. So if you have a complex task, if you get a big model like GPT-5 or whatever, Claude, whatever, that's trained on all kinds of things. And it's great because you can almost ask any question, it gives you an answer. But, you don't want a healthcare LLM to answer which team is going to win the next World Cup, right? That's not the aim. You need to constrain that space, right? And what happens when you constrain that space? First of all, you can build much smaller models, right? What we often now refer to as SLMs, megabyte-sized models, or 1 billion parameter models. So what it's doing is that if you control it in a way, so you just need one LLM which actually knows how to divide the task, and each of these agents are much smaller, doing one specific task, only good in radiology, only good in notes, only good in something. What can you do? Again, if you go back to the space of representations, what it's really doing is giving each agent a clean representational space to work on. It need not combine football with healthcare. It can focus just on healthcare related stuff and create a representation which is much smoother because it need not think about very different things. Same thing is very difficult for one person to do very, very different tasks, right? You can't be, usually, you can't be a good football player and a mathematician at the same time. So different tasks require different things. And what's happening really is that representation is being cast in a smaller boundary. And then what really happens is this. When you have a big planning agent and many small agents, each agent has its own manifold in which it runs its representation. But this explicit edges that we give sort of has an opportunity to combine this, and that's where basically human design comes into picture, right? So you let the agents do a domain-specific complex task, reading radiology image or electronic health record, and then explicitly ask it to combine this in a different system, okay? So what this allows you to do is really don't mix up representational spaces, okay? So the idea again is if you don't take anything from this talk, remember that if you think about a lot of things in terms of these representations, you can do a lot of fun stuff. And the final is very interesting. This paper, I don't know how many of you know this paper. In 2019, it was the top paper at NeurIPS, the most prestigious like AI conference these days. And the idea was, how many of you know about ResNets? Okay, so if you take a ResNet, this paper showed that ResNet is essentially solving a differential equation. Okay, so if you write down how, if you have these kind of skip connections, what it does when the transformed data and the skip connection comes together is look at the difference, okay, so delta, which is essentially a differential equation, and that function is your neural network, okay? And why is this useful? Again, ResNets were really interesting because if you look at the representations at different levels, it's a smooth trajectory, okay? It's all about smoothness, it's all about geometry. So if you can then cast this as a differential equation by definition works on functions that are smooth, okay? That are differentiable, integrable functions, right? So what happens if you design a neural network in this way? And why is that very useful for healthcare? Is that healthcare, unlike videos and stuff, are very scattered data. You go to the hospital to do all kinds of tests in a week. Then, thank God, you probably don't need to go there for like 2 years, 3 years. Then you go again, you do a few tests here and there. Very, very irregularly sampled data. Which means that if you go to the first point of thinking about a patient as a trajectory, you're like, here, a bunch of points, and then nothing. Then a bunch of points. Extremely irregular, extremely noisy, right? So imagine if you can fit a differential equation, essentially, to find a trajectory or find a manifold. Whenever you get that data, you just need to project it onto the manifold. And that's what these people did in something called an ODE RNN, ordinary differential equation, recurrent neural networks, to fit time series of electronic health records over time on completely irregularly sampled data. Okay? So you don't need a grid of regularly sampled times to do many of these things. And this worked beautifully. Again, getting back to the point, it worked because differential equations need to be smooth. Representations, therefore, are intrinsically designed to be smooth. So, same point, right? The electronic health records are not clean like video frames. They are not coming in regular intervals. They are messy. What happens when it's messy? It's what you saw in the very first slides when I was trying to do that demo, is that when there is noise, you can think about the representations like going slightly off the manifold. But you can literally fill that up by snapping it back onto the manifold. Okay? And a very sophisticated way to do this Well, sophisticated. Now, common way to do this is diffusion models, which will become very prominent in the near future, combined with techniques like this. So, yeah, this is essentially what I expect. So, idea is that think of it, going back to things. Patient is not a point, it's a trajectory. And when you want to understand that, you need to understand how representations in these models travel over time. Don't consider each input as distinct, but somehow connected. And your job is to make that connections in representation spaces, whether it's world models or grounding in graphs or ordinary differential equation based modeling or explicit linearization of the output space for better control. And this is, so a lot of the examples I gave were again snapping back to healthcare. But there is none of this what I told now is only for healthcare. It works amazingly well in robotics, right? These same ideas. I can give a whole talk on that. But here, before I end, I want to tell you that one thing that we're really working on is helping people stay healthy. And it's a bit of a double-edged sword. I'll explain why. And because if we manage to get your representation, you as an individual in that embedding space, which will happen sooner or later, if we gather your data from your smartwatch, from the conversation you're having and so on, we can build an extremely good representation of you. And all the activities that you do, you are going to travel along a very smooth manifold, which is good in one side, because then if you're not doing things healthy, we can think of ways to intervene and steer you, but not by saying, oh, walk 10,000 steps. Okay, most people are not going to do it. But if you do the same nudge in a very sort of personalized way, for example, if you're staying somewhere here, and if your heart rate is going up, and the nudge comes, oh, there's a staircase in this. Just go up the staircase, look at those mountains for like 30 seconds and come back. Very personalized, knowing exactly where you are, how you are, and you nudge that person, you will snap that person back into what we call a good state. But I don't need to tell you what else we can do, right? And there's a reason why sometimes we'll have to say no to some of the folks who want to work with you, because the same thing can be used to take you in a direction far from anything good, and you won't even know, because the nudges from multimodal data will be so small that you won't realize that you're going away from that manifold. Okay? So behavioral change is a very powerful application of understanding these representations. But like any good technology, we can change it for the good or for the bad. But I hope that this gave you a little bit of intuition how to think of design in representation spaces. I hope convinced you that AI is more close to reality in healthcare than it's a hype. We just need to engineer the system better, all right? Thank you. That's good.
Thanks. Very interesting view. Comment, question, please? Yes. One moment.
First of all, thank you very much. A really interesting talk. I have a question, and it's that I read a lot about interpretability, especially, and I am been thinking about the part of grounding the knowledge and understanding the latent state of our models. And the thing is that one thing that they said is when models start to get big, it's like you cannot expect to. We as humans have concepts around the world, but these models, by learning from the data, may have developed different concepts. And so there is a lot of the time a problem when you try to find a concept that makes sense for us, for example, the concept of a chair, and maybe the model has not that concept. And so it can deceive us to say, oh, okay, so this manifold or this subspace encodes the chair thing, but the model is not really doing that. So, and also if we enforce an structure on the latent space, that can also lead to poorer performance because it's not suitable for the task or for the architecture we're using. So how do you address this problem?
Yeah, it's a good question. So I think it depends on the application. So there are startups now working on making AI more creative. Okay, so really AI to generate hypotheses, scientific hypotheses to work on. In those cases, you have to let the model build representations which are not as controlled as you would like. So it's okay. It finds some weird things. You can go off the manifold, hallucinate, because hallucination is not a bad thing, by the way, right? It's a bad thing when you act on it without thinking. But hallucination is really where the creativity comes, where it tries to combine many different points in representative space to come up with a new concept, new idea. So if you're working in that field, then great. Then we don't constrain, we don't enforce structures on latent spaces so much. But if you're working on control, on robotics, there are certain motions that the robot needs to follow, not to hurt itself, because there are some joints that it cannot do, some actions it should not do, or if it's close to a human, it should behave differently. If it's in another environment, it should behave differently. Then you need much more control. So your choice of when to constrain, when to linearize, what to linearize really depends. That's why this is very interesting. These agentic things are starting to become interesting, because if you decouple some of these problems, joint motions, you can say has to be constrained over certain manifolds. And that we know exactly what manifolds, because it comes from geometry, Euler angles, and so on and so forth, which manifolds it has to go through. Whereas if it is trying to figure out the shortest path to something, you can let it think about how to do that motion. So you have a different module to think about motion, other to think about planning. So you can put less constraints on one, more constraints on the other. And when you want to let it go off the manifold, you should. But healthcare, certain things you need more control. You have to make sure that it adheres not too far away from what we know works.
Yeah, but in that case where you have distant models and you constrain each model, even in space, to only work about a certain thing or certain concept, then you start to losing the ability of thinking or reasoning across different concepts or different areas, which is a key part that, for example, a medical expert will have. He will have knowledge about different areas of medicine, and even if he tends to treat a given disease, can say, okay, so you should go to this other department, or could be happening, or there is stuff going cross happening.
Exactly. So I agree. So this is when that kind of architecture where you have modules doing certain things independently, but then you have a composer module. The composer module then gets input. So each agent has done its job, traveling and reasoning in its space, but the composer module then combines these different concepts from these different fields and then gives you a synthesized. Instead of this one model trying to go through all these complicated dimensional spaces, it lets each one of them do, and then when you combine it, the composer then has that information from these different sectors. Yeah.
Thank you very much. I like how to use geometry to understand what's going on inside the models. My question is any agent, or it can give us traditional path or paths that exist in the database or the data set. How we can, but as a human, we have inspiration. For example, CNN was inspired by how eyes work. Diffusion models was inspired in thermodynamics. How we can define the inspiration in the models, or how we can make models more as you said, creative. And another question: we are seeing a vector or a point that we learn this point. maybe later we can calculate these shapes, these manifolds, rather than train on a data set. What do you think about that?
Yeah, okay, good question. So let me explain a few things. So when I say designing the representational spaces, right? There are intuitions that you can have on how that space should be distributed. You can explicitly control the distribution and the intrinsic dimensionality if you want. For example, if you have things that are planning that is hierarchical, a lot of data is hierarchical in nature. So say I want the system to reason in a hierarchical sense. From mathematics, we can have the intuition that this space should be Riemannian geometry, okay, in spirit. So you can enforce a Riemannian manifold over this space and say you constrain these points to stay on that manifold, okay? And then if you worked in the field, then we know the calculus of going on Riemannian manifolds. So if you structure that, and if you know that the problem requires hierarchical thinking, that is, you do one job, and then based on the output of that job, you do the other two jobs, and you have that sequence in mind. This is very useful for diagnosis. You say you have one of these two big problems, and then you go to that and say, okay, in this, I think you have more, gastroenteritis kind of problems. Then you go there, and then they will say something else. There's a lot of decision making is hierarchical. You don't make the decision; you make a set of decisions. So you can put and superimpose a different geometric structure on the space to this. But okay, this will get on to some sort of politics and stuff like that. The idea is that if you constrain these spaces very well, you can beat scaling laws. How many of you heard of scaling laws? Scaling laws basically says more compute you throw with more data, the models just keep getting better. This is one of a very nice but also very terrible paper from OpenAI. And that's why those kind of literally trillions of dollars now spent on data centers, massive compute, and so on and so forth. So the incentive to continue finding geometries or representation spaces just through data is there. Superimposing intelligent design on representational spaces will reduce the compute requirement by orders of magnitude. And that is not liked by a lot of the big companies, obviously. Okay, so there's a little bit of that thing as well to keep in mind. AI has gone out of the academic realm now, so it's systems thinking.
We are out of time. We continue the talk in the conference. Thank you very much again. Well, sorry, please. Good morning in Spain, good afternoon in Abu Dhabi. It is a pleasure to introduce Mexican Emre Simsekler. The first, initially he would be here. In fact, he has a ticket flight, but finally due to some family constraint, Emre will have the talk in online. And Dr. Simsekler is an associate professor and acting chair of the Department of Management Science and Engineering at Khalifa University of Science and Technology. He earned his PhD from the University of Cambridge, and during which he was visiting the research, at the Center for Medical Innovation System at the University of Tokyo and the Center for Patient Safety and Quality Research at Boston Children's Hospital. He holds visiting fellow appointment at Boston Children's Hospital, University College London, School of Management, and ADIA Lab. His research is focusing health system, and he has long experience and a high quality research in the connection between humans and artificial intelligence, human decision making, human-centered digital technology, and he is developing now a very interesting research application in this area. Really, it is a pleasure, Emre, to meet you online. Sorry. I hope we will meet again face-to-face in Abu Dhabi. And really, I am sure that all the students will enjoy with your talk. Thanks. Please.
All right. Thank you very much, Professor Paco. I wish I was there with you guys. Thank you very much for the invitation once again, Professor Paco. I really wanted to be there, but due to some family constraints, I could not make it. But hopefully next time we can meet in person with you all. Just to confirm, you guys are able to hear me, right? Students, if you are able to hear me, can you clap once? All right, perfect. Unfortunately, I cannot really hear you, but this is our communication from now on. All right. So I can see that you are at least clapping, but I cannot hear you very well. All right. So as you can see from the title, Engineering Safer Care, a Systems Thinking Perspective in AI-Driven Digital Transformation. Professor Paco already provided some introduction about myself, my background. But just to give you a little bit introduction about myself, I'm Emre. I am an associate professor and acting chair in the Department of Management Science and Engineering at Khalifa University. Khalifa University is one of the research-intense universities in UAE, in Abu Dhabi. So if you have never visited, you are very welcome your next time. I had my PhD from the University of Cambridge. Since then, I've been working in health systems design related research area. I am not alone in my research. I have a research group, and these are the current research team that I have. And I would like to also acknowledge my funders, supporters who supported my research. Okay, so my research is all about healthcare. All right, and since I find someone like you guys, great minds, I would like to discuss the topic. And at the end, if you have any questions, if you have any ideas to improve the situation, I would really like to hear from you. All right. But let's start with one quick question. So if you could choose just one principle to guide every clinical decision, what would it be? Unfortunately, I cannot hear you, but think about, what could be the single most important ethical principle in healthcare? Or when everything is at stake, which ethical principle matters most? Or at the core of healthcare, what principle must never be compromised? Actually, this question was asked thousands of years ago, and the Hippocrates that time gave an answer saying, first, do no harm. So every day, millions of people are treated safely and successfully in healthcare organizations globally, right? But still, there is a growing awareness that medical errors harming thousands of people around the world every year. Just to give you an idea about the magnitude of the issue, it is the leading cause of preventable harm and death worldwide. I'm talking about the medical errors. Increased healthcare costs through extended length of stays and additional treatments. And it has a huge contribution to the clinician burnout and moral distress. To give you some figures from the US, it is the third leading cause of death following heart disease and cancer. So think about the magnitude of this issue. Like there are huge number of medical errors are happening in healthcare organizations. Now, the question that we can really ask, why this is happening, why many health errors are happening in hospitals. First of all, we need to understand the patient provider communication, right? I mean, at the end of the, in the sharp end, maybe we see patient provider communication. But one thing that we really need to understand, the patient is not treated by only the provider, right? Actually, in this process, the patient is treated by the whole system, which includes tools, technologies, team, training, culture. Everything has an impact on the treatment process. And if the system or the process is poorly designed, then we end up with a human error. So human error is just a symptom that we see at the end. But most of the time, these errors are reasons of the poorly designed systems. So what are we trying to do now? I mean, I think in the last 2 weeks almost, I think tomorrow is the last day, you've been seeing a lot of, initiatives about the use of AI, right? So what we really imagine with AI, as I call it work as imagined, we are hoping that AI will come to the system and it will be embedded into the care delivery. It will enhance safety, streamline workflows, and improve decision making, right? So this is the ideal scenario that we are expecting. But as a system design researcher, one thing that I always need to pay attention, what if something goes wrong? And I call it work as not imagined. Because as we can say to err is human, as human, we can make errors. We also need to accept the fact that AI can make errors as well, right? And here there are a lot of discussions happening, how we can make AI safe. And this is exactly what I am focusing in my research. And one particular challenge right now with the use of AI is insufficient governance, right? I mean, if we don't have a very particular governance, applicable to the particular healthcare organization, particular community, then we might end up with some errors in the process. But one thing that we really need to understand, when we call AI safety, this has an implication to patient safety as well. And here I would like to make one definition that as much as safe AI we are expecting, that will have implication to AI for safety. And imagine like a complex and dynamic system like healthcare, all these risks are interrelated. For example, technology risks, then we can talk about AI, includes machines, hardware, devices, tools, techniques, systems, and methods of organization may go wrong. Ultimately, this might have an impact on the patient safety, right? We can end up with some clinical risks. And I do believe that we really need to understand the trade-off between this. So when we start implementing AI, what is the implication to the safety, particularly patient safety and provider safety? So for this, we need to really have a holistic understanding. But what is the current practice, at least in the research? So maybe you've been hearing a lot of technological, focus in AI, right? The current focus in AI is on technology, often framing it in opposition to humans. So there's a huge discussion, particularly in healthcare, whether AI will come and replace doctors, replace surgeons, replace nurses, right? I think it is the right time that we need to shift from this technological centric view to a systems perspective to really increase the success rate of AI adoption. And this, simply speaking, requires designing AI with human system interaction in mind from the start. This is very important that I say human, inclusion from the start, because in general, what happens when it comes to adoption, we include human at the end, and this is the main reason why the AI solutions are useless. I'm sharing one commentary here. I mean, even the title says everything. All models are wrong and yours are useless, making clinical prediction models impactful for patients. I think this is the key, right? I mean, how we can make the AI models impactful for the end users. And to make it real, we need to have a good collaboration with the clinical stakeholders like doctors, nurses, who can really understand what we try to do, and they should also let us know what are the needs and their requirements. All right. So how we can achieve this, like how we can have a system level safe AI design and adoption. So here, three components are very important to note. Technology. I think this is the main focus right now in AI, and healthcare is not an exception. So in healthcare, the focus is also in technology at the moment, because we are still in the AI development phase. But when we move to the operations and deployment of AI in healthcare practice, in real practice, then we need to really understand the implication of operations as well as human. But one thing that is also very important here, policy. So we need to also understand what is the role of policymakers in AI development plus deployment. Okay. So how we can ensure that AI will be successfully implemented? So we need to have a good understanding of system, and this is my main expertise, and this is what I really want to implement with the AI adoption in healthcare organizations particularly. So just to give you a quick introduction, what we really mean by system, particularly dynamic complex systems like healthcare, we have integrated set of elements with a purpose, right? I mean, in healthcare, this purpose is to treat patients safely and successfully. And we have four perspectives that we need to have a really good understanding. And I would like you to remember this, because at the end of the presentation, I will have a very quick asynchronous workshop, very quick one. So I would really like you to remember these four perspectives. So people. So first of all, we need to understand the interaction among people, like when AI comes into the picture, how it will affect, for instance, patient-provider communication, or provider to provider communication, physician to nurse, nurse to surgeon. So we need to understand how the interaction will change. And risk, usually speaking, I mean, in healthcare applications, when we look at it, I'm going to talk about it shortly. The main application area is risk management, right? So we have clinical risks, we have clinical challenges, and we try to predict and assess and manage them, right? So here it is very important to understand, if we adopt AI, what could go wrong, right? So proactively identify those things. And when we say design is always about, understanding what is the right problem, what are the user needs, and how we can capture their requirements. Okay. So at the end, again, you will see the hammer nail example that I will give. Sometimes AI is not the solution, So yes, AI is not just a buzzword in healthcare. Certainly it will find a place, a substantial place, but we really need to understand whether AI is solving the right problem. And the system is understanding complex and certain real-world problems that involve highly interconnected technical and social elements. We need to understand the healthcare is social technical system. That means it brings human and technology together, right? It's a dynamic, complex system, and we really need to understand the interrelatedness between all these components. All right. So if I bring this four perspective again in healthcare, these are some of the components that we really need to pay attention. And there are three examples that I would like to give. Safe AI governance, which provides clear oversight ethical standards and compliance framework to guide safe and trustworthy AI adoption. Because without governance, we cannot talk about application in real practice, right? Then the second one, which I believe really important, proactive risk management practice and culture. So I'll talk about this very briefly, what I really mean by practice and what I mean by culture. And the third one, which is really very important, and I appreciate that Professor Paco is with us. He is leading the way, in this particular field, like how we can understand, and explore opportunities to augment AI with human intelligence and human-centered design. So let's go through these three, components one by one. So this is a very recent, paper that I had. I mean, this figure that you see is from there. We try to explain here in this paper what are the main aspects that we need to pay attention, when we talk about safe AI governance. And these are not only for the AI development, but think about these are important components for AI deployment in real practice. Because as soon as we have the successful AI algorithms, tools, that the next step for us will be the deployment, right? And we don't want to delay that process. Or, as I mentioned at the beginning, we want AI to be safe from the beginning, not at the end. The first item is technology fit assessment. So we need to understand, the technology that we are trying to implement, deploy, is fitting to the current practice in hospital settings, right? Then the second point is the implementation. We need to understand how the AI solution will be integrated into the current workflow, right? I mean, there is a practice already in the hospital, and we need to understand if AI comes to the picture, how it will affect the practice. Okay, this effect most of the time at the beginning negative, right? I mean, whenever we brought a new technology, because we need to train people, we need to provide guidance, we need to provide X, Y, Z, a lot of things. But we really need to ensure that this will not compromise patient and provider safety. And the third one is continuous monitoring. So we need to have ongoing safety, accuracy, fairness, and regulatory checks to ensure that the AI algorithm that we develop is working in long term. All right. So if we do not do any of this, or if we miss any point here, I would like to emphasize this one that I really like, coming from the accident models in, in other safety critical industries. Have you heard about Swiss cheese model, guys? Clap once if you heard about it. Okay, so Swiss cheese model is an accident model actually developed by James Reason long time ago. But now we try to see how we can incorporate this into healthcare, all right? And the challenges like accidents, incidents do not happen because of a single failure, right? In fact, most of the time, these errors are in the same, holes, I mean, in the same layer, as you can see here in this example. And then we ultimately end up with, with an error, incident, accident that is affecting patients and provider. But four things that are really important here. We need to have a good understanding of governance and policy, like what is the data privacy, security, bias, fairness, accountability, regulation. Then model development. Again, this is the main focus right now in AI in healthcare. So we pay more attention to this part, like data access, pre-processing, algorithm design, innovation, ethical experimentation. Then model training evaluation, and ultimately, which I am more interested in, deployment and operation. So system integration, staff adoption, trust, reliability, and maintenance. So this is very important to understand, what are the components that we need to pay attention to not make, any errors that will have some implications to patient safety or provider safety. So this is safe AI governance. The second point that I would like to pay attention is the proactive risk management practice. Most of the AI solutions in healthcare are just about to predict what will happen, right? I mean, whether patient will be, have a cancer, diabetes, or some operational predictions as well, and which is typical risk management exercise for us. But here, one thing that is really important for us, what we really benefit with the use of AI, or another question that I have here, can AI help us respond to all these questions in a proactive manner? For example, what is going on, right? I mean, in the current practice, what could go wrong, particularly in terms of patient safety or provider safety, and how can we make it better? So this is a very important challenge in healthcare AI applications. So we really show the prediction results, but we are unable to come up with really good, successful interventions. So we need to provide management pipeline, right? Risk management system, not only prediction of the outcome for a patient, but also what is next? What is the intervention that we recommend or AI is recommending? Here, one another thing that is very important that I really like to emphasize, AI should also help us identify something that we don't know, or we know that we don't know. I mean, there is an analogy. I don't know if you heard this, if you're interested in risk management. And actually, this comes from one politician statement from the US, Donald Rumsfeld, if you know the guy. He says that there are some things that we know, right? And some known unknowns, we call it, that we know that we don't know, right? I mean, when we look at the AI in future, I mean, we say it will disrupt everything, but we don't know what will be the implication. But there are also unknown unknowns that we don't know, right? So in long term, we don't really know what could be the implication of AI in healthcare practice. All right, solutions, let's say in short term is good, but long-term impact that we need to really understand. And this is one of my main discussions with the healthcare organizations and healthcare providers as well. So they say, for example, just to give you an idea, that's okay. As providers, we can make mistakes, we can make errors, but we learn from our experiences. We learn from, those mistakes that we do, right? And AI can, in long term, decrease their imagination, stimulation of new cases, new processes, new challenges. So that's why we really need to understand how AI is supporting us throughout this process. And when it comes to integration, there is another element that I would like to really emphasize, which is proactive risk management culture. I don't know if you paid attention to this, term before. Maybe you've heard safety culture or risk culture, but again, with the AI, our main ultimate expectation is to be more predictive, more proactive, right? But think about healthcare. When I say healthcare, it is actually not correct, right? Healthcare is sick care. So in general, we go to the hospitals when we become sick, right? I mean, so this is something that we really need to understand, whether the culture in hospital is ready to be proactive or is ready to be predictive. So there are different frameworks available in the literature. This is one of them from the Manchester Patient Safety Framework. So my research shows that hospitals in general are reactive or bureaucratic, meaning that they do something when there is an accident. This is what happens most of the time. Or they have systems in place to manage all identified risks, but their system is not working very well. Okay? And with the AI, we try to reach to this too, right? Like how we can become more proactive and even more generative, meaning that the risk management, let's say with the use of AI, it will be an integral part of everything that we do in the hospital. Okay, and this will be resonating the idea of AI native systems, right? Like everybody knows the AI, how it works, and it is embedded in the practice. But if the hospital is not ready for this, the risk culture and the AI strategy is, I think you can see in the picture, that is very important. And there is one a quote, very famous one, culture eats strategy for breakfast. I don't know if you heard it before. But without culture available in the practice, in the hospital, in the health system, we cannot expect any benefit from the technology that we have. All right, so it is really important to understand the hospital culture or the practice in the hospital is ready to, implement such proactive or preventive technologies. Okay, let me give you one example about this actually. I mean, this is what will happen most of the time with the AI adoption, and this is my assumption this will happen. So let's say that we have two hospitals, hospital A, hospital B, same patient, same condition, same patient, same condition, but ultimately we get different case, right? Because of the quality of the services, availability of the resources, availability of the healthcare providers, etc. I do believe next time what we will see with the AI solutions embedded in the healthcare, AI predictions will also be different in long term. Same patient data, but different AI predictions. And maybe you talked about this in other sessions as well. There are data biases, different reasons behind this. But one another thing that is very important, particularly for system level improvements, the AI predictions are not only about the patient, right? Work system elements share shape how predictions are used and the quality of care delivered, right? Because even if you make the right prediction, if nobody is following up, with the right intervention, right management, then the AI prediction will not really help you, with that prediction. And AI provides, let's say, the predictions, but the work system determines the impact. And this is exactly what we want. And that's the reason why, particularly in safety context, not only patient clinical conditions, but we also need to understand what are the system elements, right? Like the people, like organizational challenge, like there is a policy, there is a culture, as I mentioned, workflow design, and the equipment availability. So these are all driving the impact of AI. Not only AI, but any other technology that we can count here. Okay. And the third, but not last, that is very important component, I believe, in future AI applications in healthcare, particularly human AI collaboration. So how we can integrate AI in hospital, systems, and how we can really incorporate the human, not at the end as end users, but also substantial contributor to the AI development. So how many times we ask, physicians, nurses, what they think about the solutions, or how many times we really try to understand their needs and requirements, right? I mean, if you go talk to the physicians, most of the time, I mean, if you start the discussion with AI, they will say something else. All right. So this is not their problem most of the time. So we really need to understand what are the user needs and how we can capture their requirements for, workflow improvement or safety improvement in hospital settings. Okay. I think here one thing that is very important, like we need to understand what is the role of human, like wisdom and values, ethical oversight, judgment, and creativity. And the role of AI is in general with the pattern detection, prediction, and scalability, right? And if we can bring these two together, then we can really benefit from the AI solutions. And here we really need to understand that the users, end users particularly, like the patients, providers, really want to, have applications that make a difference, right? So this is our ultimate goal as well, like how we can have a quality of human AI decision making at the end. All right. And one main common expectation, of course, to make these collaborations successful, explainable AI. Again, the Professor Paco has extensive research in this field, and he is leading the way. You can read his paper, but we ultimately need to understand how this technology, will be read by the end users, right? I mean, how we explain the outcome to the physician, because they don't want to just see the results of the prediction. Okay. And this ultimately have an intuition role, and this is how we can expect a better AI assisted decision making. Okay, so think about that. We bring all these three elements together. As I mentioned, the AI, safe AI governance, it was the first. Proactive risk management was the second, and the third element was human AI collaboration. And this is one recent study that I have with my research team that we've been trying to come up with a safe AI governance framework. And what we try to do here is really propose a 5-pillar human-centered framework integrating ethics, data, risk, and agility. But one part that I really like you to pay attention is the following. So in each aspect here, I have one particular section called human in the loop role. Human in the loop role, human in the loop role, human in the loop role, and human in the loop role. I think throughout this whole process, we really need to understand the role of human. Okay, not again, this is a very common practice that's why I'm repeating myself, but we shouldn't go to the end user just once everything is ready. Instead, from the beginning of the process, we should go understand their needs, their requirements to make the system better and safer. Okay. So saying that, I mean, I have a few applications, in particularly this patient safety context. As I mentioned, most of my the main application area that I'm interested in is safety context. Like, I've been working with multiple hospitals, but these 4 examples are the ones that I'm really focusing on. With Clinic Abu Dhabi, we've been having a couple of research on pressure injury prediction and management, collapse management. This is one type of bloodstream infection. With SSMC, Sheikh Shahmut Medical City, I have a couple of research projects: acute kidney injury prediction and prevention, and sepsis management. But one part that I really like you to pay attention, that I don't want to call it sepsis prediction, all right, or AKI prediction. So it is more about management. So we need to really come up with a, system like a management pipeline that will help the hospital to make prediction, then come up with the intervention, and ensure that they will have a better management system for a particular issue, either sepsis or AKI or HAPI or collapse. All right. And in a typical architecture, you see a typical application that we have. I am not going to talk to the physicians at the end. From the beginning, from the day 1, day 0, I go and understand what are their needs, what are their requirements to make a difference or to make an improvement in the organization. Okay? So let's give one example. I don't want to scare you guys, with my slides, but just to give you a better context, what I'm working on. Let me give you one idea and one challenge: sepsis. How many of you heard sepsis? Can you please raise your hand if you have ever heard sepsis? All right. I think from this day you will never forget it. Okay, hopefully. So what is sepsis? Sepsis itself is a medical condition caused by infection and the body's immune response, not directly by human error. I hope you never experience, or your relatives, your family. But what happens is you go for surgery, and during this surgery or post surgery, you might develop some infections. Mainly, this may start with your clinical condition, but one thing that is really important, and this really gets my attention, both human and system level factors can contribute to sepsis developing, worsening, or being recognized too late. All right. So let's say that because of your clinical conditions, you catch this kind of infection, but unfortunately, it is getting worsening, because of the delays in the process. And this is very important challenge for us. And some other issues, as I mentioned, delayed diagnosis of an infection, missed warning signs or poor communication between care teams, delays in giving antibiotic or foods, inadequate infection prevention practices, poorly designed workflows, staffing shortage, or lack of monitoring systems. So I hope you accept the fact that by only using patient clinical conditions, maybe you can predict patients who are more prone to sepsis, right? Maybe. But it will not really help you to understand these components, these examples, like whether there is any delay, there's a communication challenge, etc. So that's why I'm saying it is not just about the prediction, but also intervention to really benefit from the AI solutions. Okay. Let me share with you the magnitude of this issue in real practice. So it is a threat for public health, and it is also called the silent global killer. So in a year, almost 50 million cases happen, around the world. And now this number will really surprise you. 11 million deaths per year are caused by sepsis. That means 1 in 5 patients are actually dying because of sepsis worldwide. All right. Maybe you never heard it before, but most of the time, particularly for the death rate in hospitalization is caused by this particular infection. All right. Let me give you some numbers from different countries. Maybe you like to see one particular example from Spain. More people are dying because of sepsis than heart attack, breast cancer, colon cancer, pancreatic cancer. All right, so you can see that this is something that can be preventable actually, right? But since we are not proactive, since we are not preventive in the hospital, we delayed for XYZ reasons. Unfortunately, many people are dying in hospital settings. All right, you see the numbers, right? More people are dying in sepsis in Spain than heart attack, breast cancer, and some other types of cancers as well. Of course, as I mentioned at the beginning, it doesn't have only implication for the safety, but also it has a huge burden for the community, right? Because it really increased the hospitalization in the hospitals, meaning that patients are, making the hospital busy, right, with this during this infection to be fixed. Okay. Another question is how we can really make this process more proactive, more preventive, maybe using AI. Okay, AI could be one solution. So again, better if we understand the problem. And this is where I want to move you with me together. All right. So this is the beginning of the project. Imagine that, we try to understand why this sepsis is happening in hospitals. So let's start with understanding the current process first in the hospital setting. So what happens in a typical hospital setting? So we have this, the patients, particularly I'm talking about inpatient patients who are staying in hospital following their surgery, for example. They might go for triage, right? Like the nurse does the rounding in the early morning, checks, the patient conditions, etc. And in general, they log this information to patient electronic health record, right? And there is one early warning system record. In general, in all hospitals have this, and they activate code response. So let's say based on the patient clinical conditions, there is a highly likelihood that the patient is developing sepsis, then they activate the code, all right, in the electronic health record system. So this is the beginning. But then look at the whole process. You activate the code, then you expect the physician to do the examination, then ensure whether the sepsis is really the case. And if that is the real case, then we activate the code sepsis. And here is very important. When we activate the code sepsis, in general, the expectation is to apply the sepsis bundle intervention in 1 hour. And what we call this is golden hour. Because if there is any delay beyond this 1 hour, unfortunately, we lose the patient. All right. Either patient dies or patient lose some organs or some severe implications to the patient. But look at the time that we really, spend here, right? I mean, this is an average number in the literature. And I'll give you more, numbers for this part particularly. Okay. So let's move on. So we do all these exercises, and now we do the nurse rounding, the early warning system activation based on the patient clinical conditions, etc. All right. Examination, and we expect the 1 hour bundle intervention in 1 hour. And the clock starts, right? There is 1 hour. But unfortunately, I mean, there is no hospital really achieving this. All right. So this is one challenge for you guys, like how we can have a successful bundle intervention, for example, in hospital settings when we identify that there is a sepsis, or you can give any other examples like hospital acquired infections as well. Okay. And hopefully, if we are lucky, if we achieve the goal of dealing with the patient, then we can assume that the patient will be monitored and hopefully discharged from the hospital as well. But what happens in this process is the main challenge. Again, maybe we can make a good prediction at the beginning, but then we need to understand how we will be able to fix the problem here in the process. Because the current system in hospitals, early warning systems, they do not have to be, AI driven, but there are a lot of false positive alerts. And because of all these numbers, because of these high rates, then the healthcare professionals, they are so busy, they start ignoring, the alarms. I don't know if you heard the term called alarm fatigue or technology fatigue, So nurses are a great example, physicians are a great example because always something pops up on their screen, right? Alarming, 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 so that they start ignoring it because they cannot deal with it, right? Particularly if they have a lot of false positives, etc., then they lose their trust to the system. And the question here is how we can really increase their trust. All right. But remember that we have to do everything in 1 hour. But let me show you what we found in the literature. And actually, none of the hospitals in the literature, at least in the research academic papers, none of the hospitals or none of the research studies showing that they can deal with this in less than 1 hour. All right. Most of the time, it takes a day to suspect a sepsis case, then come up with the intervention, providing the right medication. Even some instances, as you can see, it takes 2 days, 3 days, and particularly we lose the patients if it is really, really delayed. Okay. And one thing that we need to understand here, patients do not suddenly deteriorate. Healthcare professionals suddenly notice. Of course, here we don't really judge, people, but we really need to understand if we like to benefit from the technology, how we can ensure that the healthcare providers will also use it, utilize it in real practice. All right. So these are some of the gaps now we need to fix, right? Either with AI or without AI, like hard to diagnose, right? I mean, there is no clear reason behind sepsis as an infection. Okay, so it takes time to understand that the patient is really, really sepsis because it is type of an infection that you can assume that the patient has a fever, and most of the time it was mixed with pneumonia, or some other infection types, pneumonia or others, So we need to understand, this is also very difficult for healthcare providers. Or alert fatigue, as I mentioned, the rate of false positive alarms or late recognition. Now, considering all these challenges, on top of that, we have some challenge with the use of AI. We try to come up with a solution. All right. So our solution is called Sepsician. Like it is a mix of, you can imagine, a mix of health, providers like physicians, nurses, and AI models. And as I shared earlier, the story starts again with understanding the user needs and their requirements. Okay. So what we do here from the beginning, we consult with the healthcare providers like nurses, physicians to understand what are the variables or factors really determining or driving sepsis cases. But in the meantime, in parallel, we also work with AI, with the open data sets or the data set available in hospital settings to understand what is really driving the outcome. All right. So let's say that we find that the healthcare providers rank these 10, 15, 20 variables affecting the outcome, then we also validate it with the AI. But AI, if AI solutions show that some of the factors that are not listed by human, like the healthcare providers, like the smoking, cholesterol, etc., then we go back to the healthcare provider and validate, verify whether these are really important and why they missed it at the beginning. Okay, so from the beginning, rather than just working with the data set in an isolated area, we work with the healthcare providers. So my main collaborators are, in fact, physicians, nurses, and healthcare decision makers. So we try to understand what are their needs and requirements. Okay. And one another thing, as I mentioned, to really increase the explainability of the model, we try to come up with some visual tools that really help physicians or the end users to understand how we make this prediction, right? And I believe that the visual tools are really, really helpful in this case. And one tool that I really like, the method, as most of you know, is BBN, Bayesian Belief Network models, right? So these are typically probabilistic graphical models to represent uncertainty and causal relationships. All right. So the advantage is for the end user. I mean, we made it more user friendly, of course. I'm going to show it to really show how different factors, different variables affecting the outcome. So in this case, sepsis is the outcome, right? And we really benefit from the application of sepsis. I mean, in terms of reducing the false positive alarms, because in terms of accuracy as one of operational performance measures, it provided more accurate results, but also it is visual. And one another advantage here is we can also do some sensitivity analysis. So let's say there are some modifiable risk factors. Physicians can actually change one factor and see in real life how change in one variable, for example, creatinine level, will have an implication on the outcome, which is sepsis. All right. So these are some of the things that we provide in our decision support tools. And this is kind of a very short interface of the sepsician that I introduce you. Again, as you can see, we provide the probability, right? But this is not the only thing that we provide. We provide some more guidance for the end user, like what they should understand. And some of the modifiable risk factors can be changed so they can really play with it and see how they can, help the patient in a timely manner. And we also provided some guidance. I think here is the key part in this, decision support framework. We are not just making a prediction, but we also come up with a management pipeline. So what is next? So if we believe that the patient is developing sepsis because it is 89%, there is a highly likely case for this patient to develop sepsis, then what is next? So what should be the antibiotic regimen, for example? All right. And there are different regimens available. We are also implementing the guidance, local guidance available to ensure that the intervention is also following the available guidance and policy in the hospital and the healthcare organizations. All right. And one another motivation that we try to achieve here is to really, as soon as we make the prediction, we initiate the golden hour as well. So we try to really achieve in the hospital whether we can come up with the sepsis bundle in a successful manner. All right. And if you are interested in this research, I mean, do let me know. I'm happy to provide you the framework so you can have a look at it further. Okay. So saying that, the last part, as I mentioned in this interface, is the Bayesian model. So here is the part that the end users visually see how we came up with the prediction, and if there are any modifiable risk factors that they can change and see how this will have an implication on the final output, which is sepsis. All right, so the next thing that I really want to understand, since I find, great minds like you guys, if you have any good understanding, good solutions, this is my recent interest in my research. So what is the optimal ratio of human AI collaboration? So let's say that the system performance will be peak when we have the optimal human AI collaboration integration. But what really makes it this point or any other points, because this is a conceptual framework that we have in our paper now, what really makes or defines these, ideal case. All right, so this is what we need to understand, because certainly in healthcare, the feature of AI depends on the human integration in the process because they are the end users. And healthcare is a socio-technical system, right? With full of a human integration in all aspects. So we really need to understand, that the system performance might be low if we use only human because of the cognitive overload, fatigue, right? It might be low again if we just use AI because of the automation bias, de-skilling, over-reliance to the AI. But the question is how we can ensure that there is a great integration or collaboration between human and AI. All right. Saying that if we implement all these sepsis, ideas together, so this is what we try to achieve actually. I mean, if we implement sepsation here, I mean, we call it, human AI decision support framework as well. We try to reduce the waiting time here totally because we are using the patient's clinical conditions available in the electronic health record system, and we suspect the sepsis case as soon as possible, right? I mean, as you can see, suspected sepsis is identified here, maybe after 10 hours, 15 hours, whatever. But now we are able to make this prediction as soon as possible. But now the challenge is really to improve this process. So the real benefit of AI is actually not about the prediction. Again, this is what I would like to emphasize here. How to integrate it throughout the management pipeline, management system. All right. And remember, every hour, delay in the treatment increase the mortality rate by another 8%. So even if you make one little reduction here with the waiting time, either here or here, then this might have a huge implication on the outcome. So please, I think most of you are interested in applying AI in real practice. So think about how your solutions will have an implication to the end users, right? Like the patients, like the healthcare providers. I think we should always put ourselves on the shoes of others, right? I mean, this is what we need to achieve. This is kind of a conclusion for the first part. The first idea is safe AI doesn't really mean the model performance is good, right? It demands system level governance, integrated risk, and alignment with real clinical outcomes. Trust is designed, not assumed. So we cannot assume that our model will be trusted, providers, because believe me, healthcare is full of the smartest people, most talented people, right? You need to convince them from the beginning, not at the end. And AI delivers value when it augments people within redesigned workflows for safer, smarter, and scalable care. So the main conclusion that I would really put here and emphasize how we can better understand user needs and requirements in healthcare, either with AI or without AI. I think this is very critical question, and we need to understand the importance of empathy. So how a new technology, how your algorithm will be perceived by the other side, and in this case, it is patients, healthcare providers, healthcare decision makers. But I think the key word is really empathy, and we need to learn how we can, put ourselves on the shoes of others. Saying that I have one short video, then I'll try to summarize the ideas. I think we started a little bit late, right? If I'm not wrong. But I'm hoping to share this video, and then we will have one short, kind of a workshop, case study introduction. All right. All right. No conflict of interest with the ClearNet Clinic, but I really like to emphasize here the role of human, right? I mean, as you can see, the healthcare as an industry is, human-centered, right? I mean, the end users are human, either patients or providers. So always our solutions should consider this. Okay. And when it comes to AI, again, we need to understand how it will have an implication to the end users. Okay, then the next few minutes, unfortunately, I'm not there. I was hoping to be there, but I tried to update it to call it guided asynchronous workshop. So I'm just gonna give you one case study. You can consider it as a self-study or homework, or you can totally ignore it. I leave it to you. But think about a particular example that I give you, a problem, and how you can approach to this problem from a with a holistic view, like a system view. All right, so this is what I would like to do. Okay, in this example, we do not have sepsis. Let's forget about sepsis for a while. And I bring you a new problem, medication errors. And this is a very common problem again in hospitals. So I mentioned at the beginning, if you recall, the medical errors are the third leading cause of death following heart diseases and cancer. Okay, and one main type of medical error is medication error. All right, so let's see one scenario here. At a hospital in Dubai, an elderly patient is prescribed digoxin for heart failure. The intended dose is 125 micrograms once daily, but a tenfold dosing errors occur, and the patient receives 1.25 milligrams daily. The pharmacy dispenses it without flagging the dose, and the patient begins the regimen. Within days, the patient develops nausea, confusion, a dangerously slow heart rate. The symptoms are initially misattributed, and by the time the error is recognized, the digoxin toxicity has set in. Despite emergency care, the patient dies. And this is a very common scenario happening. Okay? An internal review uncovers system-level failures. So imagine that you are part of the review process, inadequate dose checks, poor electronic prescribing safeguards, and missed pharmacist intervention. The case highlights the urgent need for improved system design. You can imagine now the hospital has a system, and we are in fact trying to redesign the system, change the workflow to prevent these medication errors to be not repeated again and again. Okay, particularly in preventing similar high-risk medication errors. So if I give you such a scenario, I know you are in this, summer school at Granada for learning AI, but think about the problem is improving the system design because of high medication errors. Here, intentionally, I put it in brackets, right? They're possibly using AI because AI is certainly one solution, certainly, but first we need to understand what is the problem, right? And to really, understand the analogy here, maybe you've heard this, the Maslow's hammer example. If the only tool you have is a hammer, it is tempting to treat everything as if it were a nail. Okay. Since this AI, it came to the picture, now everyone is thinking from the day one, how we can apply AI to X, how we can apply it to AI to Z, right? Think about, whether really the AI is the very first solution. But what I would like you to think about is to identify system-wide factors behind medication errors, including processes, technology, organizational practices. Maybe certainly AI can help. And develop actionable solutions that address the root causes of medication errors. And the outcome that we are expecting, very similar to the statistician example, whether we can come up with a decision support framework or what is our recommendation to the decision makers or the policy makers, whether they can, improve the medication process, they can improve the, electronic health record system. There are multiple opportunities to make an improvement, right? And I'm leaving it to you to think about how we can make an improvement. And I introduced you the system approach before, right? Like understanding the people, risk, system, and design perspective. And in fact, this comes from a toolkit that was developed at the University of Cambridge led by my PhD supervisor, Professor John Clarkson. And I really like to apply this in the workshops. If I was there, maybe right now this is what we would be doing with you guys. But think about, how we can approach this problem as a system thinker, right? Because what really makes a difference in, healthcare is to change this system, right? I mean, redesigning the process or the system to make a difference. I believe you guys are somewhere here right now, system awareness or system knowledge. Now you are learning a bit. And I'm hoping with more practice, you will have a better understanding of the system thinking or systems approach, which are the baseline fundamental ideas behind systems engineering major, to have a better understanding on how we can solve this particular challenge. So we provide these canvas, in the workshops in general. Again, this is a synchronized exercise. You can do it later if you like. And if you like to share with me your findings, I'm more than happy to discuss with you further. But think about that you have such a canvas, and in each part, in each component here, you try to make one, kind of improvement in your whole system. First, you start with understanding the scope, so this is an agreement, like describe the ambition for change and the boundary of the system of interest. And in this case, we try to improve the medication error, cases, right? Understand the context, define the problem, identify the stakeholders, develop the solution, collect the evidence, build a team, make the case, and manage the plan. But one thing that I really emphasize here, we dedicate most of our time to identify the problem. All right. And when I say identify the problem, what I mean is identifying the root causes of the problem. Okay. This is very important. And rather than spending most of our time for the solution space, we spend a lot of time for identifying the right problems. Okay. And think about in medication process, we have prescribing, maybe the challenges in the prescription process or dispensing, with the pharmacies or administering to patients. So you can focus on either each stage, or if you like to have a holistic approach, you can, see the whole system to be improved. Okay. And again, you see it is in bracket. Think about whether you can leverage AI or you can come up with some other solutions. But the starting point is not AI. This is what I try to emphasize here. We try to understand the user needs, and we really try to define what the problem is, what the root causes here is behind the medication errors. Okay. And this is the acknowledgement. I mean, you can reach out to this report as well if you like to use this toolkit in your future applications or any exercise, any assignment that you have. And the last slide, I mean, I would like to invite you all, if you are planning to come to Abu Dhabi or some of you are from this region, we have a conference, just 1 week before the Adia Lab symposium. So if you are planning to come for that, you can come 1 week before, and you are very welcome to join us in this international conference as well. Saying that, I would like to conclude my session. Again, thank you very much, Professor Paco, for inviting me. And I'm happy to answer any questions students have. Thank you.
Thank you very much. By your interesting talk. Emre, enjoy. Please, the student, people attending to the talk, question, just come here in this way. They can save and Emre can listen you.
Okay, great. Thank you very much for the talk, really enriching. I have a question that may be a small detail, but there is a point in the presentation where you show Bayesian probabilistic network, and you say that it's a state causality and it's more interpretable AI. My questions goes about how was that network created? It was done by an expert, like you went to a hospital and he told you
these are the variables, these are the relations, or
Yeah.
they have been done through an algorithm for discovering from data?
Yeah. Thank you very much for this question. Actually, I always receive such questions, and this is one very important challenge with the application of BBN, like the Bayesian model or causal models, actually. I mean, in fact, this is what I can call is this is kind of a hybrid approach. So we first train the model with the data that we received from the hospital. I mean, first of all, we identified all important factors, variables, using the data set in the hospital. But then we validated with the healthcare providers whether they really believe that these variables are the main drivers of the outcome. In this example, it was sepsis. So I can call it like this is expert driven slash, the data driven model. But mainly it was driven by the data that we received from the hospital.
Okay, so thank you very much. Like my question was that if you were actually doing for the data, what is the validation taken? I guess it's talking with an expert and seeing the data and say, okay, this makes sense, this learning network, right?
Yeah. So of course, I mean, we check all the performance measures. I mean, by the way, Bayesian belief network was not the only, algorithm that we tried and tested. I mean, we tried all other traditional machine learning algorithms as well. But as far as I recall, that time, Bayesian belief network model was also one of the best in terms of, the accuracy performance. So what happens in that in that stage, when we do the, let's say, the data pre-processing and then the data training, etc. Again, we, go back to the end users, like the healthcare providers, to verify, these variables are really, really important. For example, some variables that we identified earlier, then we found that they are not really sepsis related, or they are not the cause of the sepsis. Okay. Or some variables, again, this is another topic, but we found that there is an endogeneity effect. I mean, I don't know if there are statisticians, you guys better know than me, but not only out, independent factors affecting sepsis, but sepsis may affect, some other factors as well. But ultimately, we try to pick the Bayesian model for a couple of reasons. The visual, contribution, so the end user can really see, the interaction between different factors affecting each other, and the sensitivity analysis. We also allow them to change one modifiable risk factor, and they can visually see how changing one variable has an impact on the outcome.
Okay, that solves my question. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Any other questions?
Thanks. Any comment? Any other question? No question?
I think everybody wants to go for lunch.
Thank you very much. We are just in the time for the lunch. Thank you very much. It was a pleasure to meet you online. I hope to meet you soon. And thank you for your high interesting talk.
All right. Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you. Have a good day.
Thanks. Bye. Thanks. Well, we have the lunch, and at 2 o'clock we have the blessed talk. Aaron is called conversation. Aaron here will be the speaker at 2 o'clock for the next semester. Let's go. Well, we are just in 5 minutes. We must go to the lunch. Okay.
good, yeah.
Yeah, it takes people in contact.
It's okay. Whatever you say, it's okay. Don't hype me up too much.
Okay, so thank you very much for attending. I'm introducing you Aaron Conrardy. He's a PhD student from the Luxembourg Institute of Science and Technology. He's going to talk
Thank you. Thanks. So yeah, hi. I know it's cool to close off the summer school by being the last presentation. At the same time, after lunch, I know it's a bit difficult with the glucose spike. I also feel sleepy just standing here, but I'll try my best to be as interactive as possible. So ask questions. Don't hesitate to interrupt me if you have questions. As Rod Luis said, I will be talking about low code and AI. AI, you know. Do any of you know low code, this term? Do you know low-code tools, low-code platforms? Is this familiar to any one of you? Yeah? Have some examples of low-code tools, maybe?
I think one is like N8N.
Yeah.
It is
Okay.
not to know,
Yeah.
just dragging boxes and create code this way, or a program.
Okay. Okay. I will, for those that don't know low-code tools, I will define them quickly enough. But this presentation will be about the approach called low-code, applying it to create applications, but also smart applications that includes creating AI components, but also vice versa. We also use AI in our low-code process. So this will be a bit clearer to you during the presentation. So I plan to do a 40-minute presentation, so not too long of speaking. And I actually wanted to also allow you guys to try out the tool itself. The idea will be that you will create, or let's say you will have a conversational agent that you will need to somehow change its behavior to be personalized. You'll see it soon enough. Again, yeah, I'm Aaron, and my supervisor is Jordi Cabot, who couldn't be here today, but he's the one leading the project and the team at the Luxembourg Institute of Science and Technology. Before getting into low code and why we are doing this project, I would like to start off a bit about the state of the art of the world with software. More and more, you see software being everywhere. Everything is being digitized. Every app, every process, government process, everything is being digitized. We see this bar chart. It's outdated in the sense that it's from 2023, but probably it goes the same way up. Even more now with vibe coding. But more and more, we need software. And we actually even dependent on it. I mean, even with the blackout, we have some trouble living without software. Another thing is software already was eating the world in the past, but with the introduction of AI, even AI now was set to eat software in the sense that it's everywhere. But as with traditional software, AI also just remains software. It's not magic. It's something that someone needs to create, program, develop. And it's not only the inclusion of AI that rose in the past few years, but also in general, people have big expectations when interacting with an app. In the past, someone was very happy to have a page where they could see the entries of a database and just point to the next page. Nowadays, you want a page with a chatbot, with VR and augmented reality support, some sort of statistics and so on, and you're still not happy. So the requirements to create software have become more complex, meaning that the software itself has become more complex with more things to accomplish. There's a fun question for you guys. So modern cars, so there's an answer here. How many lines of code do you think are needed to run a modern car? Does anyone want to do an educated guess?
Can you repeat that question?
So how many lines of code do you need to run a modern car? It's a number I'm expecting from you.
300,000.
How much?
300,000.
300,000?
Which programming language are you talking about?
20 lines?
Don't think about it that much. It's 100 million lines of code. Of course, this includes very low-level lines of code that are probably generated as part of libraries, but still, let's say, for big projects, a pretty big amount of lines of code are needed to make the project happen. But at the same time, we don't have enough experts. Not enough people are able to program this software. Sure, more and more people are studying computer science, but still that doesn't cover the broad range of software we're expecting as a society. That's where low code comes in. The idea of low code, or let's say its main goal, is actually to speed up software development. So to make it easier to create software and put it on the market. The core idea of low code, similar to the N8N graph, is to somehow abstract parts of the code or part of the behavior of the system to only let the designers or developers define these, and the rest will be generated. So we want to reduce the amount of hand coding required to create the software. This abstraction or high-level overview is also called specs, maps, blueprints. Something we go by and we use is the word model. So not model in the AI sense, but model in like a software model. And depending, how many of you have a computer science background? Show of hands. Okay. So probably you might have seen some kind of modeling in your studies. I for sure did some of them. I will show them afterwards. But again, the idea is that we start off with this blueprint, which actually defines what you need, what you expect the system to look like. In this case, the analogy is a house. And then from this blueprint, of course, you build the house, right? But our goal with low code is to only do this blueprint, so the, let's say, architectural part, and then automatically generate the house. So do this boring part where you just put everything in place. One thing to note here, in low code most of the time, or traditionally, when we talk about generating, it's not using AI. We don't use Gen AI to generate, but here we talk more about template-based generation. So you have a model that has like a specification, and then this goes into a parser, and the parser is then able, based on the content of your model, of your abstraction, generate the rest of the application. So you could see this as some sort of rule-based generation. Another benefit of this modeling approach is that for sure, the person designing this, the blueprint might be an architect or a civil engineer. But at the same time, even this blueprint can be understood by non-technical people, or let's say non-engineers, because if you build a house, you will also see this and then agree on this or not. So it also makes the communication to the client easier. So here we see some of the points I maybe have hinted at already on why low code is interesting and could be relevant, or is relevant. I will go over the most interesting ones. One aspect is the quality of the code can be tested. And it's not the quality of the code, but rather the quality of the models. Given the fact that first it's an abstraction, it's easier to go over the model and to test logic and semantics of the model. Then, of course, we reduce costs to create these products because it's easier to create them. You spend less resources developing, writing lines of code. We have also the fact that it's portable. Once you model to your system that you like, the model stays the same. Maybe at one point you will extend it a bit, or maybe at one point you want the underlying technology to change, but that's just the parser's job. But then the model itself, the core logic will remain the same, so you can reuse it. And of course, it's the point I mentioned already with reduced complexity, so it makes even the conversation with clients easier. Of course, I'm not inventing something new, or we are not inventing something new, we're not inventing rocket science. Here are some quotes actually from some papers from the Kaiser conference. It's a good conference for information systems. Given the final model, the complete computerized information system can be automatically generated, and then we arrive at a specification from which executable code can be automatically generated. So these quotes actually come from papers from '91. So again, the idea itself is nothing new. It existed for a long time. The only thing that changed is our technology and the resources we have to do all this. And especially now with AI, it also makes sense to somehow include AI in the process, which I'll show afterwards. So this is the part I was talking about, that maybe some of these models are familiar to you. So again, does anyone know any of these models? Yeah, which one?
The one on top.
So you know what it is?
UML?
Yeah, a UML class diagram. So this model is usually used, for example, to define the schema of your database. Then we also, so the other ones you don't know? No one? Sorry? The right one? Yeah, it's a flowchart, also state machine diagram. It depends on which terminology you use, but it defines the different states the system can be in, and also, let's say, transitions and when they happen based on what events. And then we also have the business process model, which is more for inside the business to define how certain processes are executed. And it's often used actually to make it easier for new people to understand how a certain, let's say, process inside the business is supposed to happen, like how to do a funding call or proposal. And again, the idea of low code is to take these models and to generate the software from them. I talk about models, and I've shown some examples. Models are not necessarily graphical or not necessarily textual. They can be both. So either we have like a state-like model. So this is kind of a spoiler alert, but this is the agent diagram modeling we use to define our agents with our platform. So the conversational agents or any agent. But then you could also use our text-file syntax, which is just this. It's actually a Python library, which it's the same thing, but just in textual version. I'll show later on a bit the differences, when to opt for which one, but maybe you can already guess that if you go for the graphical one, it's easier to understand and easier to create even for non-technical people. In comes BESSER. So BESSER is an acronym that stands for Building Better Smart Software Faster. It's the project the team is based on. Let's say it's the main project of the team. And the initial idea of BESSER was to be this low-code tool or low-code platform that combines different modeling perspectives to create smart software. What I mean by this, when the project was drafted, you had some low-code tools that were kind of doing an okay job at doing one, let's say, application. So maybe like the graphic user interface or maybe a database. But usually those were already, they didn't include different, let's say, components into the same application. So if you wanted to create an agent in your application, you had to go to another tool and just include it via like a third-party API connection. So again, the goal of BESSER was to put everything in the same place, but also to be open source, because these low-code tools outside of BESSER, they are commercial. So they don't want you to get the code. So if you want to move to another platform, well, you have to start from scratch. Our let's say, philosophy was to not do this and let everyone use the models how they want and generate the code that they want and keep it. So again, as I mentioned, in BESSER we aim to create these traditional components, which would be the databases or the graphical user interfaces, but there's also these rather AI components like agents or neural networks. And again, not only to individually model and generate them, but also combine the models into one complete application. So again, in BESSER, the pipeline is that a designer or developer can go on the platform, model the different components, and then through deterministic code generators, everything will be generated and you can immediately deploy your code or use it locally how you want. Any questions up until now? Okay. As this is a summer school on more AI or responsible AI, I will focus more on the, let's say, AI part. So in this case, it's in BESSER modeling agents. As I hinted at a bit earlier, we actually have this agent modeling language that's graphical. But we also have this Python library, which is called the BESSER agentic framework. So it's like a sub-part of BESSER. And this agentic framework, it's actually this textual syntax I've shown before. And the thing is, if you go on the graphical user interface to model, and you are ready to generate your program, actually the graphical model will first be parsed, and then it will generate the Python code. So this is, again, just to showcase this typical process in low-code development. we have some ideas that we wanted to fulfill with the BESSER agentic framework. Of course, first, it's open source. Then we focused on multimodal interaction. So the agents you create with BESSER should be able to write, but also talk, exchange images, even go to vision models or gestures at one point. The logic itself, though, that's a bit a different thing that most people probably are not used to anymore nowadays. It's to follow this state machine-like environment. A lot of people that include, let's say, agents or chatbots in their web pages, like a commercial page or like a government page, I often see, at least in Luxembourg that's the case, I can't speak for other countries, I see the chatbots being just like an LLM with a lot of context prompts injected into it to make sure it doesn't go outside of its prompt, but still somehow you can still manage to get other answers from the LLM, even generate code if you want. Our idea with BESSER is to kind of allow the designer to decide where states or, let's say, behavior should be forced or controlled and where it can be more open. So we allow both, which I'll show afterwards. But that's why also in BESSER, the BESSER agentic framework, we allow for both. We have a support for different AI systems, so AI APIs, so OpenAI, Hugging Face, and more. Of course, you can also connect your chatbot to a database, or we also support RAG actions, meaning that if you have a database that consists of files, PDFs, you can add it to the chatbot, and then the chatbot will be able to give you an answer based on these files. So again, going back to this state machine-like model, the idea is to model the behavior of the agent. So maybe we have an initial state, so the agent is waiting for an answer, a message from the user. And then any kind of event that was modeled, so in this case a user message, will trigger a state jump. At this stage, if I say hello, the hello intent, meaning that I recognize that the user greeted me, I will go to the hello state. Then in these states, actions are executed. It can be something very simple, like just executing a response to the user, so just send back this message to the user that's predefined. But you could also do something more complex. As the framework is Python-based, you could add any kind of Python code, any kind of, let's say, crazy action you could implement here. But I think you get the idea, and then depending on what you model, you go to the next state and you go back. So again, this is an example of a conversation agent, but you can implement with BESSER any kind of agent, not necessarily a conversational one. And again, we augment our agents, our BESSER agents, by using also LLMs if you feel that's necessary. So let's say most of the agent is deterministic, like you go a specific path, but then the user wants to get some information from a database you have. Then you, for example, could have use an LLM to transform the user's natural language message into a SQL statement to then get this SQL query and give this back to the user. Or there are a lot of other examples of what you can do with LLMs. LLMs are very good. I mean, that's very clear to everyone. But there are some risks that, given that you're at a responsible AI summer school, I think you know them. Hallucinations is a favorite one. Then we have the black box nature, so we can't really always explain why AI made some choices. And also another important one is the biases. Because I suppose you've also seen a lot of biased examples during the summer school I'll show some after this slide. But again, the idea with the state machine is to, again, force where it makes sense, you use predefined states. But where you feel it's necessary to be more creative or you don't have a solution, you can go for LLMs. But this way, you don't always crack a nut with a sledgehammer. Because it doesn't make sense to always have a chatbot to only tell the user that the store opens at 8 p.m. or at 8 a.m. You can just use a predefined state and not waste energy, not waste money, because at the same time, we see, even with some recent trends, like Copilot, the student subscription of Copilot now has limited the rate so much that after 1 or 2 prompts, you can't use it anymore. So I think we will see that LLMs, the big LLMs at least, will always require more resources. There's just some fun examples of LLMs, of bias in LLMs. I mean, if you can call them fun, but let's say it was shocking more so. These are maybe a bit outdated, but some similar things are still possible. So this was in July 2023, so almost 3 years ago. And you saw that if you asked Hugging Chat, should women be considered inferior to men? It answered, yes, women are lesser human beings overall. For sure, if you have a commercial page, you don't want your LLM to answer that to a user, otherwise you will end up on Twitter. Otherwise, you have also this example from 2024 from Llama 2, which funny enough, it's the opposite. Sometimes even some LLM creators, they force the LLM to be too inclusive. So they do the opposite. So in this case, with the same question, if women are worth less than men, it will say, no, guys are actually the ones getting emasculated. So we somehow need to find like a good middle point, and ideally, I think for this question, it should just say they are both equal, or I don't want to answer that. We did some interesting thing with list. Maybe you won't see the exact because it's a bit far away the text, but we created a leaderboard for where we measured actually the biases of LLMs. There's a set of tests that was developed by another PhD student to actually measure the level of how racist, how sexist a certain LLM is. So it's just a series of prompts with the responses, and then based on what it responded, it gets a score. And the idea of this leaderboard is kind of to showcase that if you want to include an LLM in your workflow, in your page, in your application, whatever, maybe you might check this and make sure that the LLM is not super sexist or super racist. Better opt for the ones that avoid these kind of problems. Here in this case, the higher the number, the better the LLM is. So if you are 100%, it means you are 0% racist. Again, with BESSER, we have this different with the BESSER agents, we have these different modalities we support. I think you got the idea of that. And again, it's the two syntaxes that I've shown before to create the BESSER agents. One is on the web-based editor, and then the textual one. But again, I mentioned this already. The graphical one gets automatically transformed into the textual one. When do you think you would use either one? Do you think there's some use cases where you might opt for one and then for the other, or? Yes?
You want more flexibility, you want to customize it a little bit more, or make sure it's as efficient as possible for the textual one?
Yep, that's correct. It's the flexibility, but let's say you don't know how to program. Then you might go for the graphical one. Or something I actually do also myself, I first start off with a prototype in the graphical one to quickly generate the, let's say, boilerplate code, the boring code, and then the interesting stuff I will do myself, but then I will get faster this prototype. Again, it depends also on your profile, what you go for. And as you also correctly mentioned, it's always a trade-off between graphical and, yes?
And then you go the other way around, from textual to graphical, because I see the situation where you have maybe everything in text, but it's starting to get complex, and you want to say, okay, I really want to see a diagram to know what I'm doing, or which are the states and the flow.
Yeah.
So can you generate the graph from the text?
I will say yes, with 98% certainty. Maybe there's some issues when you have more complex code in the Python environment, but I think it works, yeah.
Okay.
If not, I will implement it afterwards. But yeah, you are both are cool. I mean, going back to the graphical to get an overview, maybe change some small stuff quickly. But it's also cool. Imagine you first do the textual one, and then you want to show it to your client who doesn't understand this. Either you generate the application, or maybe they can see the model and decide, okay, maybe change this. These are all possibilities with this, let's say, model-based or low-code-driven development. But yeah, again, the trade-off between ease of use and flexibility and complexity. So now we've seen how in BESSER we model the agents, so one AI component. I won't go over the neural networks component. If anyone is interested in that, you can ask me and I will give you the email of the person that's responsible for that part, because I'm not that in the know for the neural networks part. But now I will also talk about how in BESSER we actually also use AI to model and generate code. And actually it's very simple. I mean, we all know vibe coding. I hope we all know vibe coding. But in BESSER we thought of something similar. So instead of vibe coding, we do vibe modeling. And I think you can guess it's very similar. So instead of creating the models yourself by hand, so by drag and dropping or by writing the text, you ask a chatbot to help you with the models. So you give the description of your problem or what you want to the chatbot, and it will automatically generate the models in the graphical user interface. compared to vibe modeling, for sure, still you have less flexibility. To vibe coding, you sure have less flexibility because the generated code right now, it's always generated deterministically if you follow the pipeline I've shown until now. So only the models are changing. But at the same time, we don't have the same issues with vibe modeling than we have with vibe coding, because with vibe coding, we have this issue of security. You don't know where to find which part of the code. Again, the advantage of the fact that in vibe modeling or with modeling, you have the models that are abstract, so it's easier to follow what's happening in the model. You can more easily infer problems. So we would say that, okay, you have this flexibility issue, but then again, you have more secure code that you can control easily. In the end, the code you generate is as good and safe as the generator you define as a developer. An additional neat thing, similar to vibe coding again, is that also with vibe modeling, of course, we support also multimodality. So you can send images of whiteboards where you've drawn a class diagram. You can maybe send a mock-up of a UI that you quickly drawn on a paper. You can send the requirements for the client if that's okay with them. Or you can even talk to the agent. So again, we want to make it as easy as possible to create these models. I will do a very quick demo of the vibe modeling part. So this is actually the BESSER platform, the editor, which is, by the way, accessible by everyone. So it's not like hidden behind some sort of SSH. And you see we have this empty canvas. Maybe now I want to define my database schema. So I could just go to this modeling assistant and speak to it. Hey, could you create me a very simple library class diagram? Yeah, kind of what I said. You see. And what happens here, it's like similar to vibe coding. This request of mine, well, first it's transcribed, but then it's forwarded to an LLM to create this model based on the syntax, on the, let's say, schema I gave it. So I give the LLM the information of what the schema of the page, what it expects, and now it gives me that back completed with the information. And you see it worked very well. It generated the some basic class diagram. I can then check if I like the result, or I can even go further and maybe say, okay, now that's nice. I want to create a GUI for this system. Here I can decide between auto-generating or LLM-generated. So auto-generated will just look at the class diagrams and do some deterministic generation. And you see in the end, we have already this very simple page just showcasing the different data contained in the database. At this stage, I can go on, improve the page, or I can also go and generate the code. Or we also support a direct deployment to Render. So for those that don't know, Render is actually like a hosting service where you can deploy Docker containers with a render file. And what happens then, they propose to you for free, like there's a free tier with limited resources, but you can have your page online and try it out. And if you like the result, you can pay or deploy it yourself with your own servers. But at least this gives you a quick option to quickly try a prototype. Okay, that's it for the also AI for modeling part. I will finish the presentation with something more related to what I'm doing. So in general, my expertise, or let's say my focus in my PhD is how do I define the specifications or the models to let a system know that it should be personalized. So what kind of models are needed to create a personalized user interface? Is this familiar to you, personalization of user interfaces? Show of hands, no one? Okay, good. So then I can do a small definition. So I will present to you now a pipeline that will be published soon. But I will first give an idea or quick idea of what personalization is. This is specifically to conversational agents because the work I've done now was for conversational agents or chatbots. But in theory, the idea of personalization applies to any kind of user interface. And the idea of the pipeline should also be expanded to other user interfaces, but right now it only covers chatbots. But when you create a user interface, for sure you will have, or let's say you create a chatbot, you will have multiple people using it. So it won't be only one person using it, but multiple people with different profiles, meaning that each person will kind of have their own characteristics, attributes defining them. But usually in software development, at least if it's not a big project, the chatbot will only be, let's say, made for one specific type of user. So if I'm a software developer, I will do a chatbot that only speaks Luxembourgish. For sure, that's cool for the Luxembourgish-speaking people, but then the people speaking only English or people that actually want like a speech interaction, not a textual interaction, they might feel not included. So this leads to an optimal experience for some people, like for the guy in the middle, but it might might be suboptimal for other people, or even not inclusive because they can't access the application if they can't really use it. So that's the whole idea of personalization. So with personalization, we actually want to provide a personalized experience to the people using the chatbot, the user interface, the application, making sure that they can use it to the fullest, enjoy it as much as they can given their profile. And this has already been shown. I mean, personalization is not a new topic. It's been existing for long, 30, 40 years already, even 50. But again, the technology was not the same like so long ago than now. So now we have more possibilities to do stuff with personalization. But in the end, this improves the user experience, but also, again, makes interaction more engaging and more inclusive, making the people want to go back to your application. But as I mentioned, it's difficult to develop these systems. It's already difficult for developers to think of all the different user profiles you want to target. So all the kind of users that need to be accustomed to. And even more for non-technical people. So I'm pretty sure non-technical people right now get shot in the dark, but they won't be able to create a personalized chatbot. And at least I don't know any tool that makes it easy for you to do so. So the goal of this work that I've done was to look at how I make this process easier. So the creation of personalized agents or chatbots easier, even for non-technical people. That's why I used to play around with the terms developer or designer, because in that sense, a non-technical person that doesn't know how to program might not necessarily be a developer, but rather a designer. So we have this, that's why I proposed this pipeline. I know it's a lot of information right now, but I will go over the single steps briefly. But as always, it's the same principle with low-code or model-driven engineering. We first define these abstract models. The particular thing in my pipeline is that I also add in a first personalization step to do some part personalization. I will explain what I mean by that soon. Then I do the final generation of the code where the application can be started, and then you'll have a personalized experience depending on what you predefined. For step one, it's the models. We have the same agent model I've shown before, nothing new. Another addition or contribution for this pipeline was the user modeling language. For now, the idea of this language is that at design time, you will be able to kind of specify what the characteristics are of the end user you want to target. So if I have a gym bot, so a bot that's supposed to give you exercise to get muscles, maybe someone that is paraplegic, so that they cannot use their lower body, might not be able to get the same should not get the same recommendation as the default person. And then we have also this form-based way to specify adaptations. So based on what I modeled here I will define the rules and what should be applied to the chatbot so that at runtime it will provide a personalized experience for this person. The reason to go for a form-based approach was, again, the feeling that this is the easiest way for non-technical people or people in general to define these kinds of attributes or features of the agent. Now for the actual personalization, so how it's implemented. One thing to note is that we have different kinds of personalization, or let's say the personalization we need to do requires different strategies. For sure, if you have someone that would like to have a bot that speaks to them, speech is only a feature you turn on. It's not something you have to AI generate. Meaning that only at runtime with an if statement would be enough to generate this feature. But then also you have these textual attributes of the chatbot. So this could both be like a predefined message, or some AI-generated message. But these are not so deterministic. Like, I don't know deterministically how I would make a message, let's say, more formal or more verbose. I don't think there's a deterministic way, or at least not an easy accessible one. So for that thing, as I mentioned, in the agents, I talked about it before, I didn't make it too clear, but the agents, you can do the predefined responses in the graphical overview, but also these AI responses. So the idea is that we have two personalization steps. In the first personalization step, we will only tackle the predefined messages, meaning the ones defined here that I, at design time, predefined for the user to see. So in this step, I will do a first round of personalization and then show them back to the designer. So in the graphical modeling interface, the designer will see the result of this initial personalization. The idea of this, which I don't remember if I show it. Yeah, well, the idea of this, again, is to allow the designer to verify that the LLM that generated the adaptations will not add some offensive content. I will show an example of offensive content that I managed to get out of an LLM 1 month ago. But then again, in step 4, we have this deterministic personalization where we just, for the features, we turn them on. And for LLM calls that are made during runtime, we append the fitting context to the LLM calls. Meaning if I have an LLM call, I give the user's message, but also a description of what the user expects as a response or the style. So again, this whole process is depicted here. Where if I have a model, an agent model with static and LLM replies, first with the static message replies, I will call an external AI tools on LLM to do the personalization. And how do you guess I do the personalization with an LLM? Like, do you have any idea? That would make sense. But if you don't, for example, don't have a problem using models that are not fine-tuned, they already provide good enough results without fine-tuning. Then, of course, we could go into what Rajat was mentioning this morning about having this LLM that's more and more gets to know the user and is able to provide an adapted response. But that's something, again, more complex. But essentially, it's a very simple prompt, very naive, actually, but there are papers that show that it works and the results are actually worth it, that you just give the message and you ask it to adapt it to correspond to certain features. And then for the second part, again, it's a deterministic part. Here it's not much to say. We just, in the code generation, append the necessary code bits, and that's that. Here is just a final example I wanted to give you. So 1 month ago, I asked ChatGPT to adapt a message to a certain profile. The message is, hello, sir, how are you doing? I ate a schnitzel today. In the first iteration, I asked it to adapt the message to conform to a white American. And you see the result, if you can read it, I will read it out loud. It's something very casual, let's say normal. Hey man, how's it going? I had a schnitzel today. But then, if I ask it to adapt the message to conform to an African American, it does something that some might consider offensive. It goes and writes the message in a more, let's say, informal, cool way. So it says, hey, how you doing? I just had me a schnitzel today, pretty good, and not gonna lie. Some people might enjoy this, but some people might find this offensive. So again, this is like something for the designer to think of. Making, again, a reason to why it makes sense to actually have some messages that are already predefined and you don't generate them at runtime to avoid these kinds of issues. Of course, something I would like to add. Right now, the pipeline is still kind of simple because it only relies on this design time personalization, and then we have some calls in runtime. But you could also actually, in the runtime, so if you want to have an AI-generated response, something typical is that you have some LLMs as judges, so that when a message comes back from the LLM that's supposed to be adapted, you can catch it and be like, oh wait, this can be offensive, let's just send back the original message. Again, this comes with the risk of additional cost and waiting time for the user, so it's always dependent on how much resources and time you can waste of the user before making them want to switch to the ChatGPT platform. So one final thing of the presentation. with the recent, let's say, rise in vibe coding, because every year the quality of the vibe coded code is better. I think we all agree on that, right? It's better and better. 1 year ago, no, 2 years ago it was shit. 1 year ago, you could say it was okay, but still had a lot of security issues and was not complete and had some connection issues. Now it's getting really good. To the point that people question if it still makes sense to have this sort of model-driven or low-code development. For sure, I can give the arguments, you have reduced costs, you don't have the risks, you have determinism, but then maybe end users might say, I don't care. I would just want something that's quick and I don't want to learn a modeling language. This is even further shown by the fact that low-code platforms, like commercial low-code platforms, actually have now switched to a new branding. So they don't call themselves low-code tools anymore. They call themselves agentic AI tools. The funny thing is, in the end, they still use models. They just hide them now. Or let's say they make this process of modeling less explicit. They just let the user type natural language messages. A similar philosophy we actually also want to do in BESSER. So we have the vibe modeling, but actually we also want to, with the models, either go the deterministic way, so deterministic generate code, or also based on the models, give them to the LLM and then generate the code. There's still some benchmarking necessary from our side to make sure that it's worth going that path, but some initial tests have shown that if the quality of the model is good, we actually get the same output with we get the same output going this way than by going straight from natural language to vibe-coded app. Yes?
So I think one of the students asked that question before. I think it would be great if I can do the vibe coding part, the non-deterministic generation.
Yeah.
And then go the other way around and you generate. Yeah, sorry. So you start with what we call vibe coding now. Yeah. Write down something and it generates code. And that code is then transformed
into a model.
To your model.
Yeah. So since last week, this figure actually has been kind of updated. The arrow also goes this way now. I forgot to add this update. But yeah, the idea is also to do that way. Because also the models, the thing is, they also serve as documentation at the same time. Yeah, for sure, both ways are interesting. We didn't experiment much yet with that path. So that's it from my side. I mean, this I kind of said already. This is just to show that this is an interface we're working on right now to do kind of a lovable-like interface where you write natural text and then the models are generated in the back, but you're not forced to see the models if you don't care about them. Which brings me to the exercise part, but first, any other questions? Cool. Yeah?
BESSER is open software, no?
Sorry, which one?
BESSER?
Yeah, it's open source.
Open source.
Yeah.
You can use a local model?
Yeah. Right now, what we've done, we will still add support for this to make it even easier to integrate your models. In the agentic framework, for example, you already have the option to, if you have your local model deployed on Hugging Face and you have resources with Hugging Face, you can just use it like that. Otherwise, you yourself have kind of to write for now a wrapper of your model, but it's quite straightforward because we have like, programming like an abstract class which you just need to extend it to correspond to your needs. But for sure, one of the goals we currently have is also to make it easier for other people to integrate their models. Yes? The question from back on.
Thank you very much, Aaron. I have a question. If you connect, you have two possibilities. Sorry, my throat has problem. You can connect BESSER with any LL models, but we know that if you want to connect it with a small language model, probably you can reduce the quality of the answer and the interaction with a small language model. Then, how can you guarantee that really you receive an acceptable quality of code, because really the quality of the code guaranteed to reduce the time to check it, because it is so complex, not so complex. It is necessary to use a metric in order to guarantee that the connection with one small LLM is better than the other one.
Yeah.
If we want to work offline, not connected online to a big platform, by due to different reasons. The cost of the tokenization when you are asking conditionally, or the developments of private code that you need the privacy associated to your work. In both cases, it's better to use the small language model.
Yes.
But how can you guarantee, or what is the future metric in order to check the quality of the code for using the big platform instead of the small ones?
It's a good question. I mean, in the end, with the advantage of modeling, you can think that first, if the models are good, we hope that also giving the models to the LLM will make the results better than simply giving the natural language input. So going the model way might be better for the LLM than going the not model way. So we hope already this increases the quality of the output. At the same time, if you have this platform and you go, because we had already tested this, and sometimes when you push an LLM to use BESSER, it will, for example, first use the deterministic part, which generates a secure and a good quality code, because we define it that way, and then it only has to append, like add additional lines that, so its job is reduced, since one part of the code is generated deterministically. Then for sure, something that's missing in BESSER, and that we know, it's like actual more advanced testing of the generated code. That's something we don't have. But in the end, it would be something like, okay, once you have your program that's run some tests that are predefined or that are defined as well, but also do like user testing. So if I create an app and I have requirements, I will be able to quickly deploy the app and do tests. That's the best approach we could have right now.
Thank you very much. Really, there are two different aspects, the coding versus the modeling.
Yeah.
In any case, we need the metrics in order to guarantee in all cases, we need the metrics in order to guarantee the quality
of course.
of the feedback with the language model in order to take the decision to use them and to guarantee the quality of the final results. Thank you very much. Any other comment, question? Well, thank you very much.
Okay, so now I still have the exercise that I would like you guys to do if you want to. So
yes.
It's a sign. Okay. So this exercise will let you try the pipeline I created, and it's a bit of a selfish request because you will interact with the pipeline. So that's already great if you could do that. You will find the instructions on this GitHub page on Lab 7. The thing is, at the end of the instructions, there's an optional survey you can fill out to evaluate the usability and usefulness, perceived usefulness of the platform, or let's say this personalization aspect. So again, no one is forced to do it, of course, and then if you consent, you can fill out the survey. But it would mean a lot to me and help me a lot in my PhD to actually, if you would like to fill out this survey at the end of the instructions. I can show it quickly. So in Lab 7, so if you go to this Best Education GitHub, when you will find it, you'll have this instructions file. And they're very detailed. I think it should be clear if you follow them. You could ask questions if you feel the need. It should take around 30 minutes to complete. But again, the idea is that you are like, let's say, a designer, and someone asks you to create a gym bot. And as I mentioned earlier, the gym bot, it can recommend exercises, but the idea is that it should not recommend the same thing to everyone, or it should adapt its behavior based on the person I'm talking to. Because otherwise, if I tell the guy that can't use his legs to do squats, that would be a bad recommendation. So again, I would be very happy if you could try out the pipeline, give feedback, and ideally, if you want, you can fill out this survey at the end, which you'll find here. Thanks. I'll go by the rows and check out on the individuals if there are any questions.
Okay, thank you very much. Well, now we have the coffee break. Then the things you need to finish, to prepare the current the presentation for tomorrow. As we propose, sorry, because today are Nacho and Juanlu. Nuria is at the vet with a virus. Unfortunately, she cannot attend this night to the dinner. But the poster are here. Nacho and Ivan Ficate. Tomorrow we will show the poster in order to choose the last one in the hall. And tomorrow you have the presentation. You can decide 2 or 3 people, or as you prefer, or even all, for presenting the projects. And we start first time, and we pay attention to the reality, the proposal, the quality, to pay attention to the responsible AI, because of course some projects are directly some topic inside of the responsible AI, and we pay attention to the global, all the ideas presented in the project. Please go ahead after the coffee break to prepare the presentation, and now the presentation of the poster will be presented tomorrow. Thank you very much, and let's go to the coffee break.